Check, 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 check. Microphone check. Welcome. Glad to see everyone alive and well and healthy. Hope you're not feeling too down and depressed. What we got to remember is that we're in a moment of history here. People have said, and I agree with them, that we haven't had any kind of crisis like this since World War II. And obviously during World War II, we had rationing, we had blackouts, things like this, people going in bunkers and stuff. So while it might not be like that because the enemy isn't as obvious, the so-called enemy now is silent, invisible, and people get panicked by the government, and they do whatever the government says. So if the government says, okay, you can't go out unless it's for these very specific reasons, you'll do it. Like I said in some of my videos, imagine you have a mother, a father, even a grandmother who is ill, very ill, okay, don't have very long to live. Now, as it stands, you are not allowed to go and visit them. You're not allowed to go and comfort them. You're not allowed to go and give them a hug and say everything will be all right, or go and make them a cup of tea. Nothing like that. Okay, so the government is almost playing God, and it's a scary situation because, like I said, I hope none of you are in that situation, but you know it could happen to any of us. So let's be empathetic and sympathetic to everyone. Understand that there's a lot of people's freedoms being restricted right now, and we need to know if it's for a valid reason. Okay, so part of what this show is going to be about is discussing the effects of 5G on the body. Okay, I would prefer it if we start talking about that once people like Age Case, G Truth, and She'll Destroy have come in, because they know a lot about this. I don't want to monopolize it. But yeah, so how is everyone doing? How is everyone's food situation? Are the supermarkets running out of food? Are you able to get yourself your toilet roll, etc., etc.? How are things going? Just let me know. How are you guys getting on with being told that you have to queue up in the supermarket to get in? It just reminds me of either World War II or even like concentration camps where everyone is sort of like a slave, like a robot, doing what they're told by authority. Don't question. You question anything, you get beat down. Simple, you know? Scary moment we're living in. Scary. But you know, what we have to do is we have to realize that this is a time where we can make ourselves better as people. Okay, we can research, we can learn, we can study, and we can realize what is more important in life. So, is it important to have the latest Audi, the latest iPhone, the latest Nike Air Max, all this stuff? Yeah, or is it more important that we as humanity are doing the best we can and we leave the world in a better place than when we started? Um, my concerns are that this country will never get back to what it was. Okay. My concerns are that our freedoms will be stopped, and I'm scared that there will be mandatory vaccines. And unless you have these vaccines, you won't be able to travel. You won't be able to go to work. You won't be able to claim any benefits. You won't get any money, full stop. So you'll become an outcast, and they'll either grab you and mandatorily give you that vaccine by force, or they'll make you possibly work in some kind of labor camp, you know, like they do in communism and all this kind of stuff. So it's scary times that we're living through. But, you know, we just have to stay strong, realize that people go through these kind of events now and then, and just make the best of it as we can. All right, so this is Real Guy. Let's just come on now. I believe he's got some audio that he wants to play. So, yes, bro. Can you hear me? Yo, Real Guy, can you hear me, brother? Yeah. Okay, you've got yourself on mute at the moment, bruv. When you're ready, unmute yourself. Play that audio that you wanted to play, by all means.
Yo, bro. Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, man. How are you? Yeah, I hear you, brother. You all right?
Yeah, man. Peace. You good, yeah?
Yeah, not too bad, man.
Hello?
Considering the state the world's in, yeah, I'm not too bad. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear myself, man.
Have you got yourself on YouTube? Have you got it on YouTube as well? If you close that down, that might be why.
So I'm not used to this, innit? So, yeah.
Don't worry about it, man. We all got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so before we came on, me and Real Guy, we've been sort of chatting in Hangouts, talking about 5G and all this stuff. What are your thoughts on it, bruv? Just so that people know.
I believe the 5G has got a lot to do with people dying all around the globe, you know? And I've got this audio clip, voice note, whatever you want to call it. You can, it's up to you whether you want to, but like this guy's got a point. He's a Christian and he's just thought I'll let you know that.
No worries, man. Do you want to play it now?
Hello. Up to you, man. More people on the panel first, or like age case, and you know.
We can do. It's up to you, man. I don't mind. I mean, what you can do. How
Up to
long
you,
is it?
bro.
Is
It's
it
your
quite
stream.
short?
Bro, it's your stream. It's 20. It's 20 minutes still. We could like pause it in between and you know have a discussion what he speaks about. You know, we could pause it. It's a 20-minute voice note. So yeah, it is quite a lot of information to take in. You know.
No worries. Well, let's leave it a little bit. See if one of these guys turns up, and then we'll start doing that now. But yeah, so let's just talk about it in general terms, right? So what I was looking at is Italy. Yeah, Italy obviously they got hit really bad by the so-called virus. Now Italy had just had their 5G put in certain places as well. So that's a bit of a coincidence. The 5 places.
I think because Italy is supposed to 5G a lot, and including Spain. I all these people on the floor, just randomly, just on the floor, dead, dropped on the floor. And you see the government and the news here, they're just it's a cover up and just saying that everyone's got the virus, they're ill, but really it's just the frequency and the radiation that the human mind cannot take, and they've been exposed to that through whatever gadget that they've been holding on the streets.
I'm starting to agree with you. Big up Page Case. How are you, bro? You right?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Good man. Yeah, so Real Guy's come on. He's got this clip he wants to play in a bit. We'll just wait another few minutes, see if we can get G Truth or Shield Destroyer, because G Truth said he wanted to come on the stream. So let's see if he comes on shortly. But yeah, Age Case, are you starting to think about 5G now as a possible reason why this is happening?
No. I think 5G is totally different. I think that's it's the control grid. It's a military grade interrogation system. It's possible it can be harming people with radiation, but I don't think that's the main thing about 5G. That's my opinion.
Have you not seen the
I've got to admit, it is confusing, I know, but you know, there's some points to consider about this 5G towers, this radiation and frequency. And I'm hoping this voice clip would make you understand more. You know?
Yeah, man. Play the clip, and I'll have a look.
Where's Overkill gone? Oh, alright.
Yeah, man.
Should we wait? Let's just play innit? Alright, let me just get up here. Hold on 1 second. I'm just getting up. Yeah?
No worries, brother.
I'll share this one really quick. It's 50 seconds. Just while we're waiting.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Oh, no, you can't hear it, can you?
Identify you in your own home 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I can hear it, bro.
Years we've been through chemtrailing, and that is now the cat is out of the box. We've had these nanoparticulates raining down on humanity for years now, impregnating our bodies, by best account staying inside our bodies. Those nanoparticulates, what you're saying, are building up a kind of a phosphorescence glow capability so that we can be flagged up in our homes, behind concrete and steel, inside bunkers, in the basement. Doesn't matter where you are. The 5G will be able to now triangulate, map, and read you, because you as a living being are impregnated with these nanoparticulates, which are acting as a kind of transmission and reception technology.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that video. It's on your channel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that still. Yeah, just want to quickly say big up Sheikh One, yeah? My brother. Big up everyone on the chat.
Big up, everyone.
Alright, so I wanna begin the voice note, yeah? Alright, cool.
Go for it.
That's not in the room.
Sorry.
So let's deal with the white elephant that's not in the room, that's literally around the globe, which is coronavirus. This is going to be difficult for people to accept, but let me tell you, categorically, factually, and scientifically, coronavirus...
Could everyone hear it properly, or is it too loud? Is it too low? Or is it perfect?
It's fine for me.
I'm thinking, is it maybe too loud, or...
That's all right for me.
It's all right for me, but if you're concerned, turn it down a little bit, because it might get distorted if it's too loud.
Alright, cool. Okay, let's go.
The problem. It is questionable whether it is even a contagion in the context of a disease that is spreading from person to person. What we're seeing are symptoms of a virus. What we are not aware of what's causing those symptoms. So this has nothing to do with a biological warfare or any other kind of stuff that you might be hearing swirling around on the internet. What this is our bodies reacting to what is known as radio spectrum radiation or radio frequency radiation. And so I know that sounds bizarre, but let me tell you scientifically what is happening, and then I'll tell you contextually why it's happening, and I'll tell you what we can do about it. I knew a long time ago that 5G was dangerous, but I didn't understand the correlation with the coronavirus, which I now do, and I want to be able to explain that to you. So what is happening? There is a deliberate strategy to roll out 5G, which is the 5th generation internet radio spectrum frequencies that enable mobile phones, smartphones, and all devices to function on a much faster processing ability. And with the introduction of AI, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, where all devices will be connected, so whether it's your car, whether it's your phone, whether it's your refrigerator, whether it's your electricity in your house, it's all going to be on a smart grid, effectively a type of matrix, unfortunately. Sorry to use that term. The frequency that they're using, which is 10 times faster than 4G, unfortunately, when it comes into connection with human bodies, causes cell poisoning. Cell poisoning. So our bodies try to fight the radiation that is in the form of cell poisoning because of this frequency. It is effectively radiation. And what happens is our bodies kick out the toxicity or toxins with some proteins and some DNA, RNA from our cells in the form of a chemical which is called a virus. So most diseases are excretions from cells that we are trying to pull out of our body or push out of our body. And it will head towards orifices to be excreted or expunged out of our body. So our noses or our mouths. So you can understand the picture I'm painting. So what's happening, sorry for the detail, but this is going to take a bit of time. What is happening is that 5G, the frequency and the power, which is 10 times more powerful than 4G, is reacting adversely with human cells, causing cells in our bodies to be poisoned, toxic, and our natural defense mechanism is pushing out that toxicity in the form of a virus. So what you're seeing is not coronavirus per se, you're seeing cell poisoning manifesting with fluids, chemicals, viruses that the body is trying to dispose of because it's harmful to its physical body. So all that's occurring around the world, and I hear your mind thinking, well, how can that be, Pastor? But I'll explain in a moment. All that's occurring in the world is a reaction to human bodies to the electrification of the universe through 5G satellites, 5G towers, 5G cells that are being populated in major cities around the world. So this is what is causing this pandemic. So sorry to say, second point, this is the largest global cover-up in history for the impact on human beings based on technological advancements. I hope that makes sense. I don't have time to quantify that. I will give you further information in a moment. So what is happening is not the coronavirus. It is a virus that is being produced by cell poisoning. And therefore, the virus that we have is really a measure or indication of our cells excreting toxins. This is what's killing people. So let me give you some facts that will hopefully make this compelling. So one of the first cities that Vodafone, Highway, and some of the other technology companies rolled out the ubiquitous blanket 5G. Guess where it was? Wuhan, China, where this coronavirus was supposedly meant to start in some fish market. That is complete nonsense. It started as a result of radioactive or radio frequencies.
Yo. Hello. Well,
Yes,
that was
bro,
yeah, so that was 5 minutes. Yeah, it's a lot of information to take in it. So I paused it. You know. Like
Cool. So just explain.
15 minutes left.
Just
So,
explain for everyone who that guy is.
Do you know what? From what I know from the audio clip, I only know that he's a Christian and he's a pastor. That's all I know because I got it sent actually from my brother-in-law. I asked him who is it. He said he's not sure. So yeah, I don't know who he is, man. I want to find out who he is.
No worries, man. No worries. I mean, you know, the most important thing is the information. But yeah, if we can find out who he is, even better. But yeah, so he was just starting to say about how 5G's got rolled out in England in a few places. Yeah.
Yeah, he was saying that it started off in Wuhan, innit? The 5G. China's they've created it basically from I think in Wuhan, Like, you know how everyone's saying it started from the fish market or whatever market, animal market. That's nonsense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the virus spread it from, you know, animals, from Wuhan market. He's saying, well, according to him, he's saying that's not true. You know, and if you think about it, that's what the news been telling us as well. You know, like it's like started off from the wild animals from the Wuhan market. So this guy's got a point. No.
Yeah, because basically they're saying that because there's so many like different weird animals in that place. There's all kinds of bacteria, all kinds of things that could happen. But all these, they've been there for decades, so it should have been happening more often than it has. And they've even been showing you like video footage of people eating these fucking bats as well that they're talking about might have caused it. But it's just, I don't believe it personally, like you just said.
Believe what? Sorry.
That it came from a wet market. I think it's a biological weapon that they know exactly what they're doing with. Whether it's a weapon that someone's made and blackmailed all these countries, or if it's a weapon that has, I don't know. There's different stances. People could say it's a Chinese virus, which is what Trump said. Other people might say it was an American one. I don't know, man. I think all this is politics, but the most important thing is what do we do? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me continue it more in another 5 minutes. We've discussed it again. Like, we just got 5 minutes.
Go for it, bro.
At a high level, creating radiation that was toxic to cells, and that's why people were falling over, dying in the streets, etc. So they've tried to cover it up. So because it has a flu type characteristics, they are using coronavirus to try and hide the fact that people are dying from the 5G frequency. So let me just explain. Other major cities that rolled this out, it takes 6 months for this to impact your physical body. So last year, obviously Wuhan was the first city. Then Spain rolled out 5G. Italy rolled out 5G. So you're seeing an uncommon level of fatalities because of the level of 5G penetration in these countries. Italy has had more fatalities than any other country because it is densely populated with 5G, and the older generation doesn't have the immune system to fight against it. Let me move on because of time. So Italy has rolled it out. Spain has rolled it out. Most major cities have rolled it out around the world, and countries. London is one of the biggest CCTV centers, and obviously they're in the process of rolling out more 5G. What is the relevance of all of this? The relevance is the coronavirus is not what's killing people. It is clearly, categorically, unequivocally, and scientifically proven that the radio frequencies that we are being exposed to is what is killing the people. Why are they allowing it? Because of multiple agendas, but primarily because 5G is the only network with the speed to handle the future. And where we're going rapidly is a world run by AI, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, where everything's interconnected on the internet, a new global currency that is coming out, hence why I've been pushing what I've been pushing for the last 5 years in Africa with our own digital currency to combat what was coming. In addition to that, there will be driverless cars. There'll be a number of different things that basically need to run on 5G, so they cannot reverse the implementation of this technology, and they're happy for it to the sacrifice to be millions of lives around the world. Just to prove the point further, the cruise ships were installed with 5G. So the people that were quarantined on the cruise ships, they were cruise ships that had 5G, and that's why the people were getting sick. Hospitals have 5G. Major cities have 5G. Airports have 5G. So these are places where people will automatically get sick if they're exposed to the inordinate levels of radiation through radio spectrum poisoning. Okay, so let me move on. We've had 3 pandemics in the last 120 years. The first pandemic was in 1918, which was called the Spanish flu pandemic. This was when they implemented radio waves globally and increased electrification of our universe. Guess what happened? Millions of people died 6 months later with a pandemic they called the Spanish flu pandemic. Roll on a number of years. World War II, just after that, another pandemic, which was the implementation of radar equipment globally. Satellites went up, a plethora of different satellites went up into the what they call is the Van Allen belt, basically where they store and send satellites. So when that was implemented, again, there was a number of deaths from the pandemic. The last major pandemic was in 1968, which was called the Hong Kong flu. Guess what they did then? They rolled out another level of satellite penetration in the Van Allen belt, over 100,000 satellites that were transmitting radar signals, radar field in the cosmic field, basically. So these were satellites that were pushing telecommunication and radar communication. So we had radio waves first at the beginning of the century, and then they implemented radar equipment and telecommunication satellites. These caused pandemics that killed multiple millions of people. The last one was in 1968. So guess what's happening now? They've rolled out 5G, and this is impacting people's lives, killing people around the world, and they're covering it up in the name of corona.
Yeah, it stopped for me, HK. So what about you?
You and me too.
Real guys, you stopped it on purpose, bro.
Yo, sorry, man. Someone just came into my room, innit? Okay.
No worries, dude. You can stop it there anyway, because that's a good place to stop it. So I can back up what that guy's saying, because they did interviews with people that had been on that ship, yeah, with the 5G, and they were saying that they got sick, like real sick, like from being on there. And obviously that's one of the first ships that's ever had it, and they advertised the fact that they had it as well, didn't they, in the promotions and stuff?
Yeah, I do remember that. I've seen an advert for it.
And he was talking about the Spanish flu and then the Hong Kong flu. Crazy. You heard about this? You heard him talk about the Spanish flu, yeah?
When they started turning all the radar on.
Yeah. This guy just speaking.
He
mentioned the Spanish thing. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out, definitely.
I'll continue, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Go for it.
Virus. So that is a fact. Please go and do your study 5G, the implications of the implementation. Just to help you further, one of the countries, which is a huge country that has millions of people, huge country with cold weather, Russia, has had no fatalities in the area of coronavirus. Why? Because they have not implemented 5G on a public use yet. They've only implemented it for exclusive use by the military.
So, you know the news, did it say like a lot of people have died in Russia? Because what this person is saying, they've not been publicly exposed to 5G too much. So what's the cases that the news and the government is telling us about Russia?
Well, I was talking about this the other day. We haven't heard of anything from Russia, considering how big they are, how advanced they are. They haven't seemed to have been affected by it at all.
And there are no cases. I thought it's in every single country in the globe, including Russia.
Well, we're probably going to find out that every country that's rolled out 5G has probably got the worst of it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like the guy said on the clip, you know, Spain and Italy, they've been exposed to it the most, you know. That's why you see people dropping everywhere on the floor.
And then the next thing to find out is whether it affects old people more.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Because their immune system is not like us as they're old. You get it? So Do you know what I mean?
So anything like that, and their body won't be able to cope, and that's why the people on the ship are getting really sick from it.
Maybe it's a possibility, but yeah, these older people, they don't have good enough immune system. Like, do you know what I mean?
Totally. How long's left, bro? Keep it going if there's still some left.
Cool. Finding it interesting, yeah.
That's why they've had no fatalities. To prove the point further, you're seeing in the news now that people without underlying health issues or compromised immune systems are falling sick and dying of corona. That makes no sense that the young are dying. The reason they are dying, the facts are, the truth is that the radiation does not compromise, has no prejudice. Young or old, you will succumb to the power of radiation. Okay, so this is the fact of what's really occurring. This is part of their strategy because of the importance of 5G, and this is a global phenomenon that cannot be reversed. First point. So please understand, I have a lot more information I could give you. 17 minutes thus far. I wish I could give you more just on that, but trust me, do some research. There's some scholarly articles out there on the impact of there's like the Boston Health group that investigated contagions, and they basically said that the one of the viruses, the Spanish flu one, and even this one, is not a contagion. What they're doing is spreading it to people via the testing. Sorry to be honest, but that's what's happening. So when you're tested, it gives them an opportunity to contaminate you with the virus.
Don't get tested. Don't take those testing kits.
Because they want to cover up the fact that millions of people will die from the excessive radio frequency radiation. So basically that's what's occurring, unfortunately. So where is this going? Why are they doing this? We know the technological reasons for it. They need a robust, scalable, fast, capable internet that can handle the petadata of information about all of your movements, all of your journeys, all of your banking transactions, your identification, all the CCTV cameras around the world, etc., because they need visibility on what everyone's doing. But the primary reason beyond that, what they're doing, which is luciferic and satanic, sorry to be honest,
it's luciferic and satanic.
To use that term, but what is happening is that they are implementing 3 new strategies. One, vaccines. So the vaccines have in it toxins. You know, one of the things about vaccines, they give you the actual disease to see how the body's immune system will fight and combat the disease. So they give you the disease. But in that vaccine will consist of chemicals that light you up effectively to respond even more powerfully to the signals. So a bit like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, but what they inject in your system enables the cells to be destroyed. That vaccine will consist of a substance that will enable the frequency of 5G to be more effective in creating more fatality. So what you're seeing around the world is that they're buying time to build capacity for the hospitals, for the warehouses, and all the places they're going to convert into huge mortuaries effectively, sorry to be honest with you, to house the millions of people that are going to die from what is happening. So God has a plan. There is a plan. So let me just quickly throw that up now in case people are starting to worry. God has not given us a spirit of fear, power of love, and of a sound mind. No weapon formed.
God has a plan
against us can prosper. So please know that this is a weapon that has been formed, but it shall not prosper against God's people. And I'll tell you why in a moment. So these are some of the things. Now, you may or may not be aware that we are electromagnetic beings. I know that sounds a bit weird. It's not new agey. I've studied it scientifically. We have this network of wiring that our masterful creator created us to have. So brain signals, synapse signals, information that travels up and down the body that tells you to move, to sneeze, to whatever, to fight disease. This is created by electrical circuitry that's in our body. The electrical circuitry then creates chemistry or chemicals, different types of chemicals that we react to when we eat and when we do different things, subject to us being exposed to light and different things. And so we are predominantly water. And then there's obviously the physical mass of the body that houses everything. But ultimately, we are an electric circuit. So we react to frequencies. We respond to vibrations. We respond to energy. So electromagnetic energy, I haven't got time to deal with it, but basically includes gamma rays, X-rays, hence why when they do X-rays, they have to stand behind certain screens. There is infrared. There is all sorts of different kinds of electromagnetic energy that is visible. One of the other visible is light, ultraviolet light and visible light. So that's one part of energy. The other part is charged particles, and I won't get into that, but that's protons and also electrons and all sorts of different things.
Yeah.
So he said it was satanic. He said it's satanic. So he obviously sees how deep this can be. And then he started going into the stuff that they're doing in China already, which is tracking everyone 24/7 with their cameras, facial recognition. And then he said something about basically we've all got nanoparticles. In Age Case, I'd like you to come in after this. We all have nanoparticles on us, and apparently they work with 5G. And from there on, they can do anything. They can track you, or they could even kill you if they wanted to.
Who works for 5G? Sorry.
No, I didn't say anyone works for 5G. I was just saying. The nanoparticles. We're got full of nanoparticles now. Yeah, from chemtrails apparently. And then when they turn on the 5G, you can be tracked from anywhere, even if you're like in a bunker or whatever. And at Age Case, I want you to say something about this if you can expand on it. And that guy Tony Steele was saying that they can use a focused beam to just kill people individually, internally, like make your lungs collapse and stuff like this. So it looks like you're dying from natural causes, but you're not.
Exactly.
Well, I think we have over the last 30 odd years, the food industry has had enough sort of nanoparticles of metal in it. A legal amount, apparently, in a lot of countries like America, the FDA standards, you're allowed illegal amounts of trace metals and loads of little things. And yeah, I think when you're in maybe somewhere like London in the city all the time, and you got lead coming out of the petrol, there's loads of things. We got metal basically in our bodies, and yeah, a lot of it.
And through vaccinations as well, because they've got stuff like mercury in them and all kinds.
Yeah, I've never had one, but yeah.
Good. I wish I never had, but since I've been researching this stuff, I haven't had any needles in my arm. I advise all my family to not have them, because if you look at the ingredients in vaccines, it's disgusting. They use aborted fetal tissue and calf serum, all kinds of disgusting things, and even like gelatin, which obviously is not halal for Muslims, so they wouldn't be able to have that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I would say take as less injections as you can, but unless necessary, any vaccines / injections, And by the way, Overkill, are you gonna post this this live up on YouTube? Because then you could hear it over again, innit? The voice clip. I know there's a lot of information to take in. I've been listening to over and over because it's a lot of info to take in, innit?
Yeah, I always leave my my streams up, mate. I'm not one of these who deletes them or like puts them private. They always stay up here, bro.
Oh, okay, that's good, because then you can hear it again. Do you get it? Like things to go over on,
It's a good clip, bro, because the guy speaks articulately and it gets to the point. How much is left now, bro?
6 minutes.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it, bro.
That run about our universe, and we are given the capacity by God to be able to cope with these natural forces of energy running around the various solar system and into the Van Allen belt and around the world. What's the relevance? So frequencies affect our sense of well-being. And one of the things I'll tell you in another conversation after this is how can we combat, because all of us emit frequencies. Our heart, I did a teaching on this about the electromagnetic power of our heart and mind, that we do emit frequencies. We don't use those terms in Bible terms, but might, power, anointing, fire of God, spirit, all of these things can be scientifically proven as electrification of our beings. Either we generate it or atmospheres affect us. That's when we get together and have corporate worship and prayer. There's a level of spiritual energy. We call that the Holy Ghost, but it's a physical energy that can be felt. And many things I could talk about on that, but because of the time I can't reveal too much. Okay, so there is a solution that will help us to survive and to protect us, and I'm developing those theories further, and I will share them later on. So let me explain the game plan. So the game plan of this new order, unfortunately, it is the era of the new world order. It has commenced, and this is why the last 5 years I was pushing my economic model with presidents throughout Africa to give them an alternative digital currency and economic model that can sustain them independent of the World Bank, independent of this new world order controlled by the 1% of the 1% elites. Now, what are they doing? So you'll see already in the news today, there is announcement of the vaccines that will come. So there are 3 developments. Vaccines, which will come, which will obviously have a catastrophic impact on our physical being exposed to the radiation. Secondly, the vaccines will come with a tracking device called an RFI chip. It is a microchip that will be inserted at the same time as the vaccines. They're not even being subtle about it. They're being quite overt about it. This will give them the ability to track. It will be presented in the name of we need to know who has had vaccines, who hasn't had vaccines, so we can know who's safe, who's not safe, and who can be given license and do different things on the basis that they're no longer a threat to humanity, based upon this spurious, ostensible notion of the coronavirus, which is complete fallacy. It doesn't exist in the context of what's killing us. Okay, so they're just using it as a means to justify where they're going. The third area, unfortunately, is the introduction, and I saw this 5 years ago, hence why I've been working what I was working on the implementation of digital currency, a global digital currency. It will start with the US and it will roll out around the world. And this is why, as I said, I developed my own blockchain platform with our own digital currency pegged to minerals in the ground, so Africa could have its own independence and a currency juxtaposition to other currencies that would be strong in trading, capital and financial markets. That's what your pastor's been working on behind the scenes whilst preaching and ministering. This is what we've been doing from a kingdom point of view. But let me say, this has hailed a new era of the mark of the beast. It is here, it is real, it is now. They are expediting rapidly because they realize that there's a level of esoteric enlightenment going through the earth. There's a level of technology that can fast track other people's agenda, which will be contrary to theirs, and they will want to shut it down. So what are they doing systemically, and simultaneously? They are shutting global economies down because they want to introduce 2 things: a new level of monopoly or oligopolies. These are 4 or 5 key multinational companies. Amazon will be the first. Google is obviously one. There'll be others that will manage the supply chain of everything that we purchase. So everything is going to be streamlined, from food to electronics to the flow of money and everything. So the second thing they're doing with this system is, other than creating these oligopolies, so they've shut the global markets down for that. They want to make as many people as possible unemployed. So please do not believe these measures they're talking about stipends and basically grants or payments to help our self-employed or people who've been made redundant. It's not going to happen to any degree that's going to affect the livelihood of people. We're heading for the largest global recession the world has ever seen, because they are changing the game. So what they're bringing in now is, and I'm conscious it's 26 minutes, but it's important information you must understand. They are bringing in the new system, the new blockchain global digital currency, which we will not have access to unless we can prove that we are no longer harmed to humanity by having the vaccines, which will be mandatory. They will force them on us. And secondly, they will insist that we have to take the chip that is a part of that same simultaneous process. Why are they shutting global economies down? Because they want to take control back from entrepreneurs, control back from family offices, family businesses. They want to completely disrupt the fabric of society as we know it. Education, employment, everything will be completely different in the matter of months, not even years. So this is their strategy to ultimately control, in terms of visibility through technology such as 5G and the internet and all that gives them access to, in terms of Internet of Things, and the control of money. If you control money, you control the power. And so that is their agenda. And obviously they want to control the population. Bill Gates, God bless him, has resigned from his position as chairman of Microsoft, and as the chairman of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, he is now pushing the vaccine agenda. He has developed technology. He is responsible for a lot of this. So please, those who've held him as an innovator, he is innovating for the demise of humanity. Vaccines have always been a danger to humanity, and they contain pathogens, I think it's called, that are harmful to our human body.
Bumbleclad.
Yo,
Bumbleclad. What your man say about that?
he's talking some real shit there. He's talking about the RFID chip, getting mandatory vaccines, which is what I've been saying, and Shil Destroyer has been saying.
If like he's saying, this is crazy, fam. He's saying forced vaccinations. If not, it's gonna be a threat, and you will have to do this. Otherwise, you're not gonna get through to the digital currency, fam. With i.e. money. Madness.
No benefits, no work. You won't be able to go in certain shops. They're already doing it in China, man. I was watching a video of this this couple in China. She's American and he's Chinese, and him and his daughter are allowed to eat inside restaurants, but his wife has to sit outside on the table outside. It's mental, like.
That's it, boys. We've had our peace. We've had our time, from whenever we were born, whether it's the 90s, whether it's the 80s, whether it's the 70s. We've had our fun. We've had our freedom to some sort of extent. But now, the new world order is commencing. It's here. It is now. So I'm sorry to say, bruv, but it is what it is.
I think this is going to wake a lot of people up. Yeah, there's only a certain amount of time people are going to sit at home and just keep sucking up the news bullshit. And this is the time where people have to wake up. Obviously, if they don't wake up, then exactly what you just said, we're all going under.
This is what I'm saying. That people need to come out, and some sort of protest or riot has to happen. Not a riot, but you can turn into a riot. People gonna have to wake up and say, you know what, we can't get control. We don't want to get control. We know the game. We know what you want to do. We're not taking it. Maybe this is a test that we must do. Someone has to stand for the people of humanity. You know what I mean? Don't know, bruv. I'm just thinking of the possible outcomes to the solution. I don't know.
But if I go on to like WhatsApp on my family or my friend WhatsApp, it's just they're just taking the piss out of toilet rolls, and they're all having a laugh, and you know, these people fighting over the last bit of pasta, and no one's particularly taking it 100% seriously, are they?
There's very few people out there still that, you know, they're still bought into it, as we constantly see. Everybody's towing the line of what Daddy tells them, right? They're all, Daddy says stay home, they all stay home. Daddy says you can. It's like Simon Says, isn't it? Simon Says, yeah, going, because we're children, and that's what it is. If you know, they've kept us so indoctrinated and childlike. You watch, I see big adults, yeah, older men still playing like computer games. Yeah, that's all part and parcel. Watching the football all the time, you know, it's to keep us occupied and keep us like children. So we got children minds. You know how, I'm sure you've had a million conversations, not only with your own family but people online, and it's like speaking to a child.
I'm having it today, mate, in my own household. They think I'm gone nuts. They think I'm gone crazy. I said, they say, no, you're crazy. They're gone nuts. I'm telling them, bro, it's 5G. There's no virus out there. No coronavirus. The only way it may infect others is because of this 5G. Someone, well, I think from what the audio clip says, you know, when you're exposed to this frequency, then your cells are infected, innit? Your cells are affected. Therefore, that's how you spread it. But not because of some, you know, the coronavirus.
Yeah, I mean, we know 5G was set up by Israel Defense Forces, weren't it, as a weapon? We know Israel always said they're not having 5G. Everyone else is having 5G, but Israel. So it's pretty clear that, you know, 5G is not good for you. And then we already know vaccines. I mean, most people out there today have sure as shit come across someone saying don't go near the vaccines, even if they still believe they help them. But I think most people are slightly critical of them.
So now think how much media and the media tools affect and brainwash people, just like how they've done with Muslims all over the world, showing that there's some sort of terrorists and using their own interpretations and context and making these movies in Netflix like that crazy that crazy show in Netflix called Caliphate. I don't know if you have seen it, but I have seen it. It's completely crazy, you know, just like how they've done with ISIS, you know. It's all fake. Yeah. It's all paid actors. They're all fake. They're all elites. You know.
And then they change their names. They change
their names.
Israel Secret Intelligence.
They change their appearance. They change their beards. They cut it off. They'll paint the face. They'll do surgery. Bruv, I'm telling you. Yeah. From what you see in videos, you don't even know if Donald Trump is a real person from you know, from watching from a person in the UK that's never seen someone. It's just mad, but just can't jump onto conclusions and conclusions and conclusions. You know, but even what the point I'm trying to make is, even like if you're watching a clip, a video, like for example Osama bin Laden, you don't know if he's wearing a mask, for fuck's sake, you know, like a mask that looks proper. There's
a guy saying Trump's hair is weaved into the mask. He's a woman, right? And this guy's brilliant. This guy here, I'll link him. No, I can't link him because it's not a thing. But he's a brilliant. He's doing some stuff. Apparently, he's had like at least seven of his YouTubes taken down. He keeps going back up, and the people keep rejoining him. So his numbers are getting up a bit to like 28,000. But he's like pointing it constantly, and I think ones like him are brilliant because he's going through what they're saying and just totally showing all the signs, all the numbers, everything on their little TV news fucking bullshit that they put out. Yeah, if you look at the 11.3, everything like this thing in America, 11.3, 11 times 3 is 33, right? All these little codes they've got.
They've got codes, they've got subliminal messages. You know, it's all satanic. It's all devil. The bigger question is, which came to my mind is who runs this whole universe? We know there's God, all right, Okay, but I'm talking about who runs us. That's the bigger question. Who runs us? Because I'm sorry to say, we are a product of society. We are a product of the society. So we, in some extent, are controlled. And
Yeah.
I don't think it's a fucking human being.
Well, you know, that's skeptical,
know?
but really and truly, the thing that runs us more than anything is law. So when you look at law, and then they bring out, so we got God's law, right? We all know natural law. We know that if we go and hit someone, that's bad. We know if we stab someone, that's bad. We know if we steal something, that's bad. We know if we go and wreck someone's property, that's bad. All these things have got a victim, right? And then they start to bring in what we call man's law or legalese. Yes, law's the major concept. If you think about it, the bar really does control the world, right? And as far as we can go down, you got to see they're playing a theatre show. Yeah, I wouldn't go too far into the devil's real and all this shit. Yeah, I wouldn't go down that route. Yeah, whether or not it is, but if you start saying, oh, you know, the devil's out there and all that, they're following a theatre act. Yeah, Trump's playing King Cyrus right now. That's his role. And
I don't know, but this is confusing, isn't it?
It's confusing, but it's a plan from some very fucked up minds. And you've got to remember that these families, when it started, the families that started this shit, the head of the family, you know, whether you go back to Albert Pike or further, and they replayed this in probably 10th, 11th century. And I know for a fact the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar died 666 years to the day, pretty much, that the Georgia Guidestones were built. So we know who built the Georgia Guidestones. So we know this is a Knights Templar, you know, and all the other bits associated to it, like the Jesuits, you know, all these different parts of the Vatican City that they've brought about. Is all playing part.
Sorry to interrupt you, yeah, but what do you mean by the bar? You said the bar controls the whole.
Yeah, the bar. You know, the bar, the law system.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, the system that controls us, and you know, the law. Yes, the law, which is assigned to every country. I'm talking about overall. I'm talking about that. I'm talking high up, the topest hierarchy. I'm talking about the elite.
The hierarchy doesn't matter so much because law will always overrule them, even though they might implement the law.
As in the what controls the whole. So, for example, in this case, the global thing that's happening now, coronavirus.
It all comes from the Vatican City. It's all part of the Vatican City, the Jesuits, isn't it? The Jesuit order.
But fuck knows, isn't it?
Yeah, they're the ones who believe that Satan. They believe that Satan made the earth, and we're Satan's children. And they believe all this disgust that they do, all the disgusting things they do, pleases the devil. That's how mindfuck they are, right? They don't realise that if there is a devil, the devil's there working for God. Yeah, the devil's there to make sure that the fucking evil ones don't get into heaven. Yeah, the ones who want to go around in this short life will spend an eternity of fucking disgrace, yeah, of pain. They believe that by doing this stuff for the devil's going to reward them. And of course, anyone with a bit of common sense, you know, the devil loves to, you know, if there was a devil out there, he's not going to be rewarding people. Yeah, he's not going to be going, oh, well done, yeah, you helped me. That's just bullshit. And they believe that the 33 angels come down, and they believe Trump's, you know, all these people they've got lined up on certain dates and that fallen angels. But
so what do you think? Do you think the Rockefeller is part of the bar?
I think the Rockefellers, all of them are part of the illusion of the bar. Yeah, they all play their little parts and they all push it, right? And when we see legalese, that's just man's made up law, and we're called persons. It's all part of corporate, isn't it? Corporate rule, corporate policies by contract. Once you don't become a person, you know, like these. If you look at these latest acts they're bringing out, you'll see a person must not go out unless, you know, can only go out once a day, and that's a person. We're not persons. We're man.
You know what? And I don't even think we got any choice, man. It is what it is. We're a product of society, whether you like it or not. You know, hopefully, if God has a plan for us after we're gone from this earth, then he does, put us in a better place. There's the devil. No, religion aside, I'm talking of. Obviously, I've got my belief,
Yeah.
I've got my belief and all that,
It's
but I'm
just,
still talking from religion aside because,
yeah, it's
you know,
I think it becomes more scary when people believe that there's a devil out there ruling the world, yeah, and all this shit. But really and truly, you've got to look at these are men and women that are fucked up in the head. They're as bigger victims to their own crimes as we are, because they're the ones that have been brought up in these families from babies and raised to believe this is real. And they believe what they're doing is for the good of their God, the devil, right? And all this disgusting stuff is pleasing their God. But in theory, they were obviously very, very mistaken and very confused in the mind and psychopathic, because you're going to turn out psychopathic when you've been brought up in that way. Yeah, if we brought our children up in that way, we'd have psychopathic children. Of course we would. This is where the child molestation, you think our minds are indoctrinated. Imagine theirs to be doing this shit, right? And thinking it's okay. And thinking they'll somehow come away and they'll be rewarded for it, and they'll live a happier life for it. I mean, Jesus, that's how crazy they are. But unfortunately, it's going to fall down as hard for them, or harder for them in the long run. They're the ones, I'm watching some of these lives on YouTube, the ones where you go to the YouTube lives, and of course it's all the scumbags pushing. You've got the ones who are pushing that it's China, and they've got the old red cross behind them. Oh, it's China, they're starting a war. And then you got the one in America who's telling you Trump's closing everything down so he can take out the bad people and all this shit. Yeah, just again playing to people's emotions and sucking them in. And it's more like these type of chats. The more people out there with the truth about what's really going on, who understand the history of this scumbag society that have been running this plan for 400 years, and we're now coming to the end of it. It's a 400-year plan, right? And we can see that from the 1627 Petition of Right in England. King Charles why did he put in the Petition of Right saying no man can be taxed, blah, 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 right? Because something was going on. And then he got beheaded. And then in 1666, they bring in the Sesquive Act, which makes all man stock to the corporation. And then in the early 1700s, of course, they bring in their new royal family, right? The Saxe-Coburg-Gothers. Everyone believes real names are Windsor, but it's Saxe-Coburg-Gothers. But most people out there don't even understand that much, let alone the rest of how it goes all the way back to Babylon, how they used the same thing to bring in Rome. The Roman Empire was all part of the same plan. And they're going to bring back Jesus. But a lot of these idiots out there are going to believe it's Jesus, and they're going to be following their Satan, right? And I think that's pretty much going to be in July. They're going to bring him back. I think the Pope's going to die or stand down on the 3rd of July. And then we'll see this Jesus, which will be named Roman.
Which will be actually a imposter, you're saying, yeah?
Yeah. And they're getting all these. See, the whole point in all this, you got to remember that the what's it called brought in Christianity, didn't they? The Crusades brought in, made up the Christianity and that again to get them to follow
I think Christianity, Judaism, and Islam has just been infiltrated throughout the years, man.
They're all infiltrated, yeah. Every single religion's infiltrated, and it's how much.
I think at one point it did make sense until man has,
I don't think you need a book. I don't think, personally, I'm not going to argue with people about their religion, because I think that's just a silly thing to do. It's like I keep telling people, who gives a shit which God's got the biggest dick, right? I just say, look, you can feel. If you believe that someone made us, which I probably do, yeah, there's a creator, and I believe that if we were born, then the creator to me has got to be female. So therefore, I just call her grandma, yeah, and I don't need a book. I feel it in my heart, right? And I believe that everybody's got a part of that in their heart. So that's where they believe, that's where their real faith is, rather than just some text from a book. And we don't know who wrote those books, how much of it's been changed or chopped around, and this, that, and the other. And all these books cause a lot of arguments and cause even wars, right? And it's not us that want a war. It's not me and you who going, I want to kill you because you're saying, you know, you believe in a different God. It's them turning, like like you just said earlier, they're turning Islam, hate on Islam, hate on this.
So it's them turning everyone against each other for their own agendas. You know?
Of course, man.
I think, you know, centuries and centuries and centuries ago, everyone was all one. You know, they all were living in harmony and peace, which is true. And you know,
and we've been made to believe that we need technology to make our lives better, and that's what it's all about. We don't believe that man can work together.
Being infiltrated, like I said, so like you were saying, they're gonna say, "No, my God," and then the other Christians, this my prophet, and everyone, now my God. They've already pushed the agenda, you know what I mean? Christians will say, "Nah, this is my God is true." Muslims will say, "No, my God is true." Jews will say, "No, my God." Hebrews, etc. You know, but I believe it wasn't like this centuries and centuries ago until we got infiltrated and everything. You know, but this is a whole different topic.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the main thing is now, you know, maybe this is the point. I said, look, the way we were running the world and the way we were acting towards it and going along with it, and this whole rich poor divide, people not really giving a shit about other people, all about themselves. They want the big houses, the lots of cars. They want to impress with money, right? Monetary, the greed, and you know, one of the deadly sins is greed for sure, right? The more, and we can see that. We can see how greed just
and jealousy as well.
I see it with my own family, mate. You know, my own dad. Yeah. Right? I'm getting screwed over in my own business, right? And I'm falling down hard. Not through my own fault, mainly through my own fault for picking the wrong people to do certain things, right? And he's out there.
And keep business and family separate, my friend.
Yeah. But as I'm falling, he's spending 50 grand on a little summer house and, you know, all this money on this, that, and the other, and then just watching me fall. And I'm like, wow, this is your own dad. You know, imagine that, right? And you get a realization, and you start to see this is the indoctrination of the way he's been brought up. That he only cares about himself, right? So you can you can forgive in that way, right? You can forgive. And when they say about forgiveness in these books, and I sure as shit, right, would have told you fuck the forgiveness a long time ago, but now I see it. You got to forgive, right? Because as I just pointed out, even the people that are doing this sick shit, yeah, it's because of their own indoctrination. They wasn't born babies completely evil and I'm gonna kill the world. No, they were indoctrinated to believe that was their, you know, that's the way they got to do it. And of course they're scared shitless of that their fathers, and then they become the fathers whose sons and daughters are scared shitless of them because of the abuse, right? Because of the way they've been taught up that this is what you've got to do.
You know what? Just live a good life. Like you said from earlier conversation, you know what's right from wrong. You know, there's common sense. So from that common sense, you know what's right, you know what's bad, like stealing and, you know, punching someone in the head for no reason, without a logic reason, that's bad. Obviously, live a good life as much as you can. Obviously,
yeah, exactly. Well,
and then ultimately, after you've left this world, hopefully, you know, God has a better place for you. You know?
Yeah. Even the Quran says, right, that you don't attack people. You can fight when people are attacking you. So if you're being attacked, of course you're allowed to defend yourself, and that's the only real reason you need to go and fucking hurt someone, right? If they're coming at you, you've got the right. But we all know that, you know, and if they're attacking, they're not following God, right? They're going after someone and using violence against them for no reason. If obviously, if there's a reason
said about the infiltration, a lot of so-called Muslims are unfortunately using the religion, you know, just like how it shows in the movies, you know, and how it's showing fucking ISIS in the news. That's just the way they're using the fucking reasons now, to push what they want to push, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fucked up, man.
Let's face it, they can turn anyone into the bogeyman anytime they want, and they choose who it's going to be today, right? Once upon a time in Germany was a test, right? Germany, the World War II was a test, and they used the Jews, but the Jews, a lot of these Jews were the Zion Jews. Part of it, Hitler was a Jesuit actor himself, right? And
But what
all
is
the Germans felt. Sorry,
What is Jesuit?
basically the Jesuits are the people that believe in Satan, aren't they? The Satanics.
All right, I'll just call them the Satanists.
Yeah. But yeah, they brought in the World War II and used Hitler as the actor, built that city, give everybody everything. Yeah, they had 100% employment rate. So all the Germans are thinking this guy's great. Yeah, put it on one guy, an actor, just like they do with Trump, kind of for America today, right? And then when he tells everyone to come out and fight, really he's telling them to come out and die. And obviously they're rounding up the European Jews for their Israel and making out though they Holocaust and all this, so people feel sorry. And then they're taking the Jew banner to hide behind, and then making it hard for anyone to dare speak out against what really happened.
It's all tick for tack.
Yeah, and they've been doing the same shit for years. All the wars are their wars. All the terrorists are them. The governments are the terrorists, and they've taken over all the governments with their monetary bullshit.
So
you can buy people.
Who are you saying that runs this universe that we are all in, the whole of humanity? I'm talking about the whole universe, basically every single country.
If you want to go to the top, I'd probably suggest the Black Pope, but the Vatican City, right?
But where is the Vatican City again? Sorry.
Just by Rome, isn't it? Rome, Italy.
Okay.
It's its own piece of land, like under its own law, like the City of London, like Washington DC. The City of London got taken in 1666. Of course, they had the plague in 1665, and then the fire of London. That was to clear all the people out so they could take that piece of land and put it under their own rule. That's why you got metropolitan police and not just normal police there.
Yeah. What do you say about Israel again? Sorry.
Well, Israel is really put in that place, not because it's the largest land mass to control the world from, but because they want Jerusalem more than anything, don't they, to build their third temple. So what they've done is they took they got the bit of land to the Rothschilds in the 1917 Balfour Declaration. Then they had World War II, told everyone we got to round these Jews up, they're the problem. Rounded all the Jews up from Europe, and then told all the Jews, look, don't worry, we're going to give you a safe house and call it Israel on a piece of Palestinian land. And of course, everybody believes, all the people around the world went, oh yeah, we should look after them because look, they were handled badly. And then of course, the people, the big Jesuit Zions, whatever you want to call them, are hiding under the Jewish banner and making it like anti-Semitic to dare say that the Holocaust was a hoax or to dare say anything truthful about what really went on. And there's a big difference between a Jew that reads the Talmud and a Jew that reads the Torah, right? But then there's a big difference between the Saudi Arabian Zion's state of Islam and the real Islam, right? It's the same thing, isn't it? And they use Saudi to scare us all about Islam, right? And make us feel like, oh, these Islam, look what they're doing in Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia aren't, the people who are ruling over Saudi Arabia aren't Islamic. They're fucking Zions. They're Jesuits, and they're controlling the people. And that's why you've seen, I think, in the past that not so long ago that people started to attack the royal palace over there and all of that, didn't they? Because I think they started to wake up to it. So it's not the people, it's not the majority of people in Israel, the majority of people in Saudi Arabia, like the majority of people in Great Britain, America, are good people. They prefer to help people than fucking kill them. But the people who are ruling it are the ones that are influencing all this shit and bringing their armies and making us kill each other under false bullshit that they're bringing up and making stories in their mainstream media, because you know, the big problem, if we took over all of the mainstream media, got our BBC, got our CNN, you know, and took it all over and we started reporting, all of a sudden, where would they be? They'd be nowhere, right? Because people wouldn't be listening to them fuckers anymore.
I'm gonna be right back. 1 minute, yeah.
Yeah.
No worries, bro. Yo, Show Destroyer, glad to have you here again, mate. So it's been a few days since we last chatted, and since we last chatted, people like Boris have come out and say that he's got it. Then like another 3 or 4 out of his cabinet. What are your thoughts on how it's changed, and what do you think is going to happen in the next sort of few weeks?
Well, as we're seeing, right, they're now talking about it now going on for another 6 months, and you know, it's Trump's now put it up to the 30th of April. So they're basically just pushing this whilst they're doing implementing all their shit, right? Whilst we're all hiding in the houses, so we can't see what's going on, right? And then Boris and all these famous people getting it just again pushes the sheep into believing it must be true. Oh, well, if he's got it, it must be true. Yeah. But then you've got, you know, if they can't see through the show, then, you know, it amazes me that people can't see that. Why would you have Boris and Trump as leaders of a country in the first place? Is that really the best we've got, right? They all come out of Oxford. The doctor, or Eton, right, in England, the doctor who told us that this was really bad to begin with, an Oxfordshire, you know, an Oxford graduate. He was part of the SARS, part of the foot and mouth, that, you know, all part of the, since 2000, all of these apparent lies. And they took down all the farms, didn't they? They took down all the farms, killed all the pigs, all these cows and foot and mouth. And they and so they could have their, you know, they could control the food supply with their big, what's it called, farms, and put all their dirty shit in it, right? So we can't even eat good food anymore. It's all part and parcel now of taking over. They want to take down all the small businesses. All, you know, they want complete control of the corporation. So the corporation will be the only one standing, right? When people go back to work, if they ever do, it'll be mandatory. Oh, well, if you want to come back to work, you've got to have had the vaccine, right? And what goes on between now and 2021, there's going to be a lot of people probably dying, right? And then between 2021 and 2030, there's going to be a lot of people dying. And by that time, 2030, I'm pretty sure, is when they need the 500 million as the Georgia Guidestone states, right?
So for people who don't know about Georgia Guidestones, it's like a sort of stone monument that has a message for the world, basically. It came out of nowhere. It was just sort of built overnight. No one knew who did it. And it says stuff like it needs to... Actually, Age Case, if you can show a picture of that, that would help. But basically, it says stuff like they want one world government, one world currency, one language, one religion, and to keep humanity under whatever... I can't remember the figure. But
500 million.
Yeah, which is quite a lot less than than what we've got now.
Yeah, so 7 billion people need to be gone, right? If the stats on the numbers in the world are correct, 7 billion people need to be wiped out between now and 2030. But they're following a biblical text. You know, if we start to try and second guess exactly what's going on right now and what they're going to do, then it's one of them things where you said this, you know, as people have been saying for years, you said the banks are going to crash. I said, and now look what's going to happen, right? The banks are going to crash. But if you said it 3 years ago, then 2 years ago, everyone's going, see, you're wrong. Yeah, but I didn't say when. I just said they're going to crash the banks, right? They're going to bring in, like we're already looking at, they're trying to bring in a US digital currency. So it's a new, exactly what we've been saying about pretty much everything. All this coronavirus is agenda based in order to completely control the masses and have their new world order and their one world government. And until people start to face up to that fact and start to spread it, like with channels like this, I've done a video yesterday. Everyone's got to start doing videos. Yeah? This is a war. Yeah. And YouTube is highly overused by them. They've got the majority on YouTube. If you look at all the 300, 500,000 subs and listen to what those people are saying about corona, yeah, you'll hear them say, oh, it's the Chinese, Trump's trying to take them down. They'll be pushing one way or another, or they'll be trying to get the information as a gatekeeper. So if anyone's about to stand up and go and fight or something, or they've got a group, hopefully they'll tell somebody with their 500k who's telling you all the right stuff, and then they'll report it, right, and stop them. So you got to be careful with the gatekeepers. But if everybody was doing this that was listening, like this guy that I've got who's doing, he's got like 28,000 subs. So with him, with another one with 4,000, that's 32,000 subs that could be doing videos, and we could be taking over and getting the message out there a lot more clearer. But whilst there's just a small percentage doing it, the message is never really going to get to the masses, right?
Big up G Truth.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you, mate. I'll turn this down. Just trying to get on with it. How's everyone?
We're not bad, mate.
All good, man.
Yeah. I've seen all your videos, Shield Destroyer. Keep up the good work, mate. Great work, mate.
Cheers, mate. I'll try my best. I just,
Someone's just sent me a live stream from LA. Some channels got it up. Basically, sort of kicking off. You know, somewhere in LA, you've got the youngsters out there. The police are making their thin blue line. They're trying to go for it. So that's another place where it's starting. Southern Italy's going off a bit. South Africa the other day, they couldn't keep the guys in their house because there's 6 in a property. So it's gonna. The social unrest is happening slowly, but it's starting to kick off.
Yeah, I saw one in China where they're pulling down the 5G the masks.
Yeah, Hong Kong. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully, and the longer you keep man locked up, the more crazy he becomes, right? The more he wants to get out, the more angry he'll get. And as we watch,
it's been a week, and I'm pissed, sorry to interrupt, mate. And what's doing my head in is all this social distancing. That's going to do everyone. That's going to be a psychological trauma forever. With certain people, it ain't even traumatized me yet. All I tell them now, when I go to the queue, I say, mate, what's your policy on someone who's immune? I say, I've had it. It's gone through me. I've done the incubation period. I've had the test. I'm immune now, mate. So I can go next to anyone, and I'm not going to get it. If you know what immunity means, you get the manager. What's your policy? And they're looking like, And then I was just done it at Sainsbury's, and the geezer's sort of backing off me. I said, mate, I'm immune. I have no virus. I can go near anyone. I feel tickety boo. Let's just get over this. He's saying, step back. I'm going, fuck, mate, can you hear me? Right? Then this other geezer wouldn't leave the shop. And I said, mate, go past me. And there's another guy at the chicken shop around the corner, and he's Somali guy, and he gets it. He's going, yeah, bruv, I get him with his spudded hands. And he said, got a fag? I said, there's a fag, bruv. I said, all these people, they're doing their own heads in, for fuck's sake. I said, I'm immune. I ain't got it. And certain people are laughing and getting it. Others are like shocked. Others, it's fucking sheeple, mate. Can't work with them. It's hard crap, bruv. I would keep your bread. I'll go somewhere else later. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, I had the same type of thing in a local takeaway. They've got literally bits of wood and all sorts of stuff that's built in front of the ridiculous counter, so you can't get so close to the counter, right? And you're just like, oh my god, what is wrong with you guys? And I said to one, there was another shopkeeper with gloves and a mask on, and I said, I see you're falling for it like all the other fools. I said, fucking, there's no coronavirus, mate. This is all the fucking setup for the New World Order, and just walked out because I just thought I ain't going to bother with this guy, man. These people are scary. And the mark. What's the mark of the beast? You think? Yeah, people think it's the vaccine and this, that, and the other, but the mark of the beast is to go along with the fucking bullshit, yeah, and to push it. So when you're walking down that road with your gloves on, they say the mark of the beast on the hand and on the head, right? You got your gloves on and your mask on. You're pushing that shit, yeah. You're pushing the lie and you're pushing the scare, making people believe it's more real. Because when you're walking out there and soon everyone's wearing a fucking mask. In some places in Eastern Europe, I've been told they've now mandatory to wear a mask when you go out.
Oh, fuck! You are killing me, man. Yeah,
it's gonna get worse, mate. Yeah, well, it's gonna psychologically affect people forever. Even when remember, this is now you've had the war on drugs, the war on terrorism, which we've had the last 20 years since the alleged 9/11 and all that. Now this is the best one for them. The war on virus. This will be sticky # war on virus. guys, lockdown, hashtag lockdown. Anyone who ain't doing it, grass your neighbours up. Anyone who ain't wearing a mask, grass your neighbours up. Hashtag be a grass. It's coming, bro. It's already coming. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
people
there.
are already teething on each other, aren't they? Oh,
I think they're gonna ban alcohol real soon, you know, from off license. Apparently,
Bro.
I've seen this well on someone's snap, and it's from the, you know, where it says HM government or something like that. That's how you know, like, it's from actual source in it, like from the government. So
All right, yeah.
gonna ban fucking alcohol from the license, off license, man.
Well, that's gonna
another
cause a bit
another
more
thing I would
attention.
suggest people is on videos like this, you know, get the likes up. Yeah, the ones who are down liking, yeah, they're the Satanists, right? They're the ones who have got already taken the mark of the beast. The
Yeah,
ones who
they're
are
on the
just
payroll.
ignoring. If you're going on videos and you know they're telling the truth, yeah, stay away from the big hitters as best you can. Yeah, the ones with the big subs are probably, you know, there's no way I'm getting over 5,000 subs before I'm completely out. I got to 300 and I got my first community strike, right? But you've got to start helping these channels, the ones that are pushing it, and please, everybody, start. Even if you're just mirroring videos, mirror mine, mirror, you know, or you just want to say you've got something that you know and just put it out there. You don't have to put your face on camera. You can just put it out there, because the more people that are doing that, if we've got everybody putting out a little message, yeah, that message starts to go into people's minds and starts to spread across the world, yeah. And say to people at the end of every video, you know, please, or do videos yourself, just put something out with the truth, away from this corona's real and we've all got to be really scared of the invisible man, right?
Madness.
You know, it's up to us. We're our own army. Yeah, we don't need an army uniform and a load of guns to be an army. We've got to be an army of people with brains who are starting to go, do you know what? I give a shit about my family. I give a shit about my neighbours. I give a shit about my pets. You know, whatever it is about myself. Hopefully, right? I don't want to see this destruction of my world and this complete criminality and disgrace. We can get rid of all this fucking 99.9% of crime doesn't need to be here. Yeah, it's here by direction. They've directed all of this. Yeah, so they've put it there on purpose, right? So we all live in this world of worry and scare. We get the police pulling us over for doing 35 in a 30 zone rather than going after fucking child rapists, right?
Well, they're pulling you over now for walking your dog, mate. You've just
Well,
seen
now we get pulled over.
In my world, you're playing the game, you're staying indoors, you're getting in your car, you're isolating, you ain't in contact with anyone. You've got more chance of contact with people with everyone in the same areas flipping, walking the dogs. Do you know what I mean? So get in your car, go to a nice isolated place, mind your business, go home. And even that, they're stopping people. So that's putting a fear in people's mind. I can't go and take the dog in the car no more. They're cunts. They know exactly what they're doing. Exactly.
And they've got all the corporations now giving, you know, like but exactly the days of Germany again, Nazi Germany, nationalist Zionists, right? Where you've now the corporations are giving you a piece of paper, giving you permission. Oh, he's got to come to work by the corporation. Yeah, so now you've got to hand your piece of paper over to the police when they ask you, why are you out? Yeah, oh, here's my papers. Yeah. To say I'm allowed out. Oh, okay. Let me check your papers. You know, it's exactly the same stuff, just running a new way, right? And that's what I'm saying. World War II was all a test for this. It was a big test for this, and also to get their Israel, right, and get the people over to Israel, so they can take over Jerusalem. But it's you know how you try and educate the dumbest down minds who keep watching that fucking TV. I don't know, because like you said on here, somebody said about their family. My family don't have a clue. They don't want to look at nothing. They don't want to listen. You know, I can't talk to. I don't talk to most of my family because of that, because I can't have a real adult conversation. They want to talk about the weather and believe, oh, you know, my mum's saying to me, she left a message on my phone. Oh, Mark, yeah, it's like wartime. It's like wartime. If you need anything, let me know. But I'll have to just put it through your door with obviously this coronavirus. Like, what? You won't even go near your own children, man. Do you know what I mean?
I got pushed out. My godson. I went to see my godson yesterday, and he's opened the door, bless him. And then his uncle's run out and just like, oh, get out. I said, what? And he closed the door in my face. For fuck's sake, mate. And then when I was at the Tesco's again, walking past, I've seen him, the uncle, Fred. And I went, Fred. And I said, give us a light. And I started smoking my spliff in front of him. And I'm too loud. I was like doing it in front of all the crowd to wind them up. Going, Fred, I was cured, mate. I'm immune. I told you that. I'm all right. I said, redo the research. And everyone's doing, I said, course, wind them up, mate. You fucking winding me up being sheeple. I'm going to fucking wind you up, mate. And like I said, that might have brightened their day up. At least they tell there was some mouthy cunt getting mad down it. Or they'll say, oh, look, there was some geezer and he's immune from it. It's gone through him like Prince Charles and Tom Hanks. Look, he can go through ya. You know what I mean? One of my neighbours who I told, he goes, oh, what was your symptoms like? I said, oh, not much, mate. I didn't have much. Just goes through you, you know, which is a fact, which they're telling you. They're saying 80% you can have it and fucking not even know you've got it. Come on. And then you can heal from it and then be immune from it. If that ain't some fucking bullshit made up bollocks, I don't know what is, mate. Come on. And then when you look at the data, look, 80,000 people in 2017, 80,000, right, in the flu season in America died 3 years ago, 2017. None of us, I don't know if any of you guys knew that. I only knew that when it popped up in a bit of research. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Influenza kills people. It happens, especially if you're fucking elderly and you've got underlying health issues, which they're telling you people have anyway. If that girl, the young pretty one that they put out there, oh, look, well, the pretty one's died and she's 21 and she was going to run a marathon and fucking hell. Well, mate, there's a thing called anaphylactic shock. You can get stung by a fucking bee and just die on the spot. People can just have seizures or something. Just because she may have had the virus like the rest of them, she may have died at, well, she did die at 21. You can't say, as they're admitting themselves, that it's specifically from coronavirus. They're actually saying it. Yeah, they're saying it when you read, you listen to what they fucking say. But they're looking at the big red pandemic, number of lives gone. Oh, look, another 300. Yeah, that's natural. People die. 300-400 dying in England every fucking day. Cancer's a bigger fucking kill. And they got the cure for that. Let's not go down that road. Fuck's sake. Yeah.
I think we just enjoy the most we have during this lockdown, you know, because maybe after lockdown, it's just going to be even more fucked up. You know?
Of course it is. If you look to what they plan, mate, it's going to be. Hopefully not. If we all rise up, then it won't be. I'll tell you that. We had more people like what we're talking about now and just waking up. You know, it won't fucking be. Trust me. And like in today, I was listening to some woman. She's all right. I don't know if you've seen her. She's the transsexual intersex. She's a whistleblower from Merseyside Police. She's got some good videos. Annie Doglan or something. You might have seen her Shield Destroyer, but she's got some good. She seems genuine. You know,
Annie
the way she
Logical. Yeah.
Annie Logical. No, not Annie Logical. I know. No, Anne Dog something. She's a Scouser and she's an ex-Merseyside police officer / whistleblower. But she's like you. She's a Shield Destroyer. She blows up. She tells the truth, mate. When you think, all right, you're going in, mate. You're blowing up the police. I'll find the link and send it to you lot. You know what I mean? But she's a good little. She's only got like 1,000 subs. Blah blah blah. She blows up Brian Harvey. Blah blah blah. She's all right. But anyway, she was telling me because she's ex-Old was telling on her video, ex-Old Bill saying that basically when Robert Peel created the Old Bill because of the protest in the early 1800s, they were a civilian service. They were made up to be civilian citizens, a citizen's force to protect citizens and enforce the law. Yeah, but they've just corrupted it. Obviously, Freemasons have got in there, and it's totally opposite to what it should be. You know what I mean? It's a force for the government. It's a force for it's the corporation's force. It ain't there to protect us. You can see the way they treat us around the world. How they lie and fucking cover up nonsense and cover up their bosses, cover up indiscretions and crimes that fellow officers do. Fuck off. You can't trust them as far as you throw them, mate. Most of them. But who knows? They do keep the good ones at the lower levels, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the lower level ones are just, you know, it's again they're pretty much the school leavers who maybe at the point of school leaving they didn't have the qualifications because they got bored. So they might not especially be dumb, but once they get into that police force, they get indoctrinated heavily in their 6 months training, and then it's all about the family, isn't it? Because they know by making sure that man and police are at odds against each other and breaking down that society. So we're now against each other.
That's why they militarise them. You'll know.
Yeah,
that,
and even their own families don't like them.
Yeah, you used to have the Bobby on the beat. It'd be part. When I grew up in Stockwell, right, it was a very drug area in the 80s, one of the top. But even the Old Bill ran there, you sort of had respect for him. They used to be. There was like more of the community. There was one of them. He used to buy puff from the dealer when he was off his duty. There was another one who come round, took his uniform off, and offered all the drug dealers out for a fight round the corner. It was more old school. There was more in touch with the community. If you used to nick you, you say, right, come to Army Cadets, and I'll see. He used to try and keep you off the street. He was all right, you know. I didn't go Army Cadets, don't get me wrong, but fucking, you know. But now it's just totally militarized, not involved with the community at all, blah blah blah, and that's it. It's just total division, mate. From the and like I said, they should be a force of a civilian force to protect fellow civilians. When they take that uniform off and that badge off, they're still a fucking human being, a civilian, isn't they? A citizen. They stand next to us in Tesco's or Waitrose or whatever, blah blah blah. Don't just mean they. And then when they put it on, it just means they're here to protect their fellow citizens, not fucking stitch them up.
Have you seen the coronavirus bill where they, for the next 2 years, the police can stop, detain, and arrest anyone that they have suspicions of having coronavirus? Yeah, that's very vague, and they could say anyone has suspicions of coronavirus. Anyone, do you know what I mean? So now they have the ability to stop anyone and take them away, basically.
So their doctor, fucking prosecutor, judge, fucking everything. That's it. That's it. You're right. Truth. It's scary. No, and they can do that to your kids. I haven't looked into it intricately yet, but I've looked into it enough to know. Fuck me, this is a police state now. Literally, they can do that and come to your door, mandatory testing, mandatory vaccine, blah, blah, blah. Nut you off with one doctor, well, not even a doctor, a medical professional saying you're mad. And all it'll be is mad is, excuse me, mate, I don't want to take the vaccines. I've heard Bill Gates has put fucking nanotechnology in it. Yeah, we put one of them. And it's actually, that's a fact. If you lot of most probably know, the 201 conference, 2 weeks before it got released, they're talking about the pandemic, and he's fucking founder of the company or funds all the companies that are creating the vaccine. Come on, mate. If they ain't a smoking gun or literally like the Satanist who's putting it in your face, and if you ain't smart enough to connect the dots, then take the vaccine, you mug. There you go.
So a question, because I'm thinking most of the people on this panel wouldn't take the vaccine, yeah, if it was become mandatory. So then what the fuck do we do? Do we try and escape this country, but we can't because they've stopped all the planes? It seems like there's no choice, man.
Where do you go?
All I thought was...
Yeah, what do you do if these vaccines are forced onto us?
How about anti-vaccine? But I've said too much already because they've heard the fucking plan, but even if they did, so what? Yeah, we've got they'd think of that anyway, so they'd think, all right, hey, you're right, if you had to take it with this, but then you don't fucking know what they're really putting in there. They're going to put shit in there, they ain't going to be good for you. The only way is just, that's it, Rambo style. Just fucking, and even then you can't, because then you'll be out, then you'll be, because remember, this pandemic's with us forever. It'll be lavish little troughs when they say, right, safe, lockdown over, come out, live a bit and all that, man, let you, oh, bang, we've had a case reported in Northumbria, lockdown, blah, 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 and people will be used to it. And this social contagion shit, which is scaring me, this is like, society's going to be, look, most people on their fucking phones not even talking, or they'll walk past the beggar like it's a bit of shit, or someone's getting troubled and they're too frightened to get involved, they might get stabbed. All that's in society already. So we're already sort of divided. Then you put all the other sort of aspects, the class aspect, the colour, the religion, all this other shit they've divided us with.
Yo, gee, sorry to interrupt. You just speak a bit more slowly so that we can understand.
I apologise. Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate. When I get passionate, I just go off. I apologise for that.
Yeah, nah, it's all right.
Slow it down for me, of truth. Now, anyway, guys, yeah, they're just going to divide us even more. We're already divided with technology and religions and all this sort of stuff, and class with money. You know, they'll divide us even more now with the actual psychological divide, with all this social distancing, isolation, thinking of yourself that you've got enough toilet paper, fuck next door, blah, blah, blah. That's all going to be in the psyche now, because it'll all be hanging over your head, just like the war on terror. You think, oh shit, we might go there and there might be a bomb. We have to be a bit careful. Or, you know, it's their psychological warfare they're doing against us as well. That's going to be scary as well. Not just the actual laws they're going to implement. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe to say that the martial law is here. I think people should just admit it, man. It maybe not here fully, but in some countries it is martial law, pretty much.
They've had it in Paris because they had the army there like weeks ago. So that's when the definition of martial law is, when you actually have the army on the streets taken over from police. So it's almost like we're almost there, but there's one step away from it. The only way they'll do it, I reckon, is if we have food riots. Then they have the excuse that they have to protect food and medicine. Therefore, they have the military. They already said weeks and weeks ago they were going to think about doing that.
Yeah, in our country, it looks like they're just giving out the armies, giving out fucking masks and all that to the NHS. That's what I saw. Yeah.
Do
They're
you
just
know?
giving out the masks and the PPE stuff to the NHS. That's what the army's doing in the UK. Well, London.
It's crazy.
But that's just that fear mongering again. It'll just put that psychological thing. Like this, like Truth said, they're making them mandatory in Yugoslavia or wherever it is. Yeah, just when people wearing the masks and the gloves and just playing up to it, it just puts that fear and that psychological
In a way,
barrier
like
between everyone.
in a way, you can't really blame them, innit? Like they're just scared, innit?
No,
They're
wrong and wrong
kind of
and fair.
just trying to
If
protect
all I
themselves,
watch, if we didn't, people like us didn't know what we know and believe what we believe, and all we had rammed down our throat was what the mainstream narrative, and we didn't have any clue what was really going on in the world. Of course, I couldn't blame them. I'd most probably be the same, putting my mask on, believing what they said. But in fairness, they've really got to start just looking at alternative narrative. I don't know. Some people won't. Some people never will. Like today, I blatantly told them. I said, "Look, I'm immune. I've been tested. It's gone through me. I'm fine now. I've done my incubation
have you
period.
been tested really for the coronavirus?
Of course I ain't. Know what I mean, I don't have to
Or
be, mate. It's
you're saying
fucking.
like you're immune
Look,
to
I
it?
fell out with my friend yesterday because he's self.
We can't hear you, man.
Hello.
Yo, has the police come true?
Hello.
There you go, G. Try again, bro.
Can you hear me? Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's
Yeah,
gonna get
okay.
messy. It's gonna get messier. Especially as someone told me they're
So
meant to
what,
become mandatory tests
so
at
what
your
was that
door.
thing? What was that thing you were saying? You just went to your godson's, I'm an uncle, and you were like, yeah, I'm immune, mate. I'm immune. Or just to like wind them up or something.
Yeah, but they know what I'm like. They know I'm not really shy. I don't really. Yeah, people know me. They know what I'm like. I say what I've got to say, mate. But it was more the people in the crowd. I want to wake people up in the crowd because, like I said,
Okay,
it's the
yeah.
psychological war where people are fearing, and then you'll make yourself ill. Like my friend who's fucking diagnosed himself, got better, and now doing a 14-day incubation period, and all he's done is called the what do you call it, NHS helpline. He ain't gone out of his ass. He's just I thought, oh, come on, mate. I humoured him for a bit, but then I just had to say, come on, go and get a test or something and get something a bit tangible. You're gonna make yourself feel. You're gonna do your own heading. You know what I mean?
Well, you was gonna go for the test.
No, I don't think they're giving out tests or something. No, but the point is, him and I believe a lot of other people who read all this shit that the media put out there have self-diagnosed themselves with it because they might have a cough or they might have a little pain, and they're so roped up with the media. I could say, look, I've had sniffles all this time this corona's going on, and a bit of not a cough, but fuck it, you know. It's just,
Yeah, they're gonna say
roped
it's corona, man. This is the time. If you fall ill, they're just gonna say you got the corona.
Exactly. So if they didn't say there was anything,
bingo.
Exactly. So if corona wasn't invented or wasn't produced, and you didn't have Sky News pumping it down your throat 24 hours a day with a big red screen and all these stupid figures they're putting up, you'd just think, oh, I've got a bit of a flu. Let me just get warm, have some lemon and
G Truth, right? I the other week I subbed to like Sky News and Guardian and News, just to keep my eye on what's going on. All they do is notify you about the death toll. Yeah, that's what they want rammed down people's throat. Now, I don't personally believe it, but to the people that do, that is trauma-based mind control. Yeah, they're trying to control you through that fear of the death toll, constantly updating you with that notification. Do you know what I mean?
And it's always that same tone of voice. 20 have died today.
Red. Breaking news. Red. Yeah.
Up. That's fucked up, man. Like, you can't even smoke a joint with with that fucking coffee. You know, they're gonna think like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like for weed smokers, you know, if you smoke weed like this, you're gonna cough for like 2 times, innit? Like, you can't even cough smoking a joint now, blood.
Well, that's the thing.
Quite funny. I never thought about that.
You talk about psychological trauma that will stick in your mind. And I was walking down the road the other day and I heard an old geezer cough, and I looked round and he was on his balcony. See, even that, which is you hear something. Oh shit! See, they've got that. And the other one is washing your hands. That's meant to be a bit of a mind control.
You run from a meter or miles away because you hear a cough. It's gonna come fucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but what it is, I haven't researched it properly, but it just came up. It's called, you guys may know, Pavlov's dogs, and it was basically research years ago. Psychologists, whatever, training animals to obey them basically, and then ring the bell. Then the dog would start salivating, give the dog a treat, but then they'd do it, ring the bell, let the dog salivate, and not give the dog the treat, and see if they'd still like be eager to want for the treat. So they've just done that with humans, sort of thing. Just use that same sort of psychological theory on humans, and obviously with a lot of others.
They did it with kids, where they said you can have 1 square now, or you can have a whole bar in an hour, and most of them were eating the 1 square like now.
All I can say is what it is, man. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. This is what it is, isn't it?
It's like they're gradually bringing it in slowly. What's it called? Tiptoe. They're tiptoeing it in. The rest of Europe, they've locked down straight away, but England, it hasn't. They've had to do it really slowly, in stages, day by day. Mad.
Well, in Texas, they're knocking on the doors now, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah, I see that.
Really?
Yeah, and the news are reporting it as, oh, don't worry, the armies, the National Guard are only knocking on the doors to see if anyone's been in contact with people, so you don't have to come out and get the test. So don't worry, we're doing you a favour by coming knocking on your doors. And they're using Texas, of course, because Texas, it's one of them places that you even go on their land, they can shoot you. So these guys are well loaded up. So if they can take Texas down, they're going to take that one down first, because that's probably more likely. You know, a lot of people are going to die because they're going to try and defend their fucking family and their fucking property and tell them where to go. And of course, you've got all these fucking guns on you, and they're going to fucking shoot it out, aren't they?
Yeah, just the other day, I get a big knock on my door. Yeah, I was like, "What the fuck is this knocking on my door this loud?" Like, proper. I go and see the Amazon delivery. The guy's nowhere to be seen. You fucking knocked on my door. Ran away. I'm thinking, fuck, you know.
It's bad though, isn't it? It's bad because the world's changed now. You can't behave like you used to.
Like he just gave a fucking Amazon bomb and just fucking went. You know?
Yeah.
Just fucking knocked on my door very loud. I thought, what the fuck is this? I go to my door, I see the package. The guy's all gone already. The delivery guy. Fuck, you know.
And what happens when they cut all our communications off? That's something that's you know, this type of stuff here.
Internet, yeah, exactly, mate.
So I got feedback. I don't know why.
What do you think? Sorry?
This type of stuff here keeps us sane, right? Having been able to hear that other people understand what's going on kind of keeps us a level of sanity, right? Once that internet's cut, where'd you get your sanity from, right?
So a shield destroyer, you're 100% right, mate. You're 100% right. Just like when I go out there to have me exercise or walk down, and even getting into little whatever, like I had the incident with the security guard at Tesco's and Sainsbury's today or whatever over my being immune and stuff. So I get the ump with that, and then I think, oh, let me just get on board, talk to like-minded people like you guys. But what point I was going to make is just fucking gone. But it's in relation to the social distancing. I'll think of it in a minute.
Right, let me say, right, while that's fresh in my head, yeah, he's saying about if this goes down, right, if you find like-minded people like we have in this room, you need to start giving them your details, like your phone number, yeah, because they might be able to stop internet, but they might not be able to stop phone calls, so at least you can do that. You know what I mean?
sorry, truth, just jogging in memory,
Landline
mate.
numbers.
In regards to the 5G, right? I don't want to say too much but anyway, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. I believe they're going to lock it off because, oh, sorry, not the 5G, the internet. They're going to lock it off and say, oh, crash, we've had it crashed. All you guys, because of there's so many extra million of people isolated indoors using the internet. We've had a crash. The current system can't deal with it. I've got this wonderful thing we've been ready to roll out, and we've for your benefit, guys, we've got the guys out working in the coronavirus. So get out and clap for all the 5G engineers. Get out and clap at 7 o'clock. It's going to get your 5G on. There you go. That problem, reaction, solution. Right? Problem, no internet because you lot are indoors using it so much because you're banged up, isolated. Reaction, fuck, we going, can't talk, blah, blah. Mum, I can't watch Spoon. Mum, I can't watch. Right, solution. We got them out. Get out and clap for the 5G engineers.
Yeah.
Bang.
Do you know what? That is perfect. I hadn't thought about it like that. That is a perfect way of doing it. Definitely.
Yeah.
You got to
Agreed.
think how your enemy will think, mate. You got to think how they would think. Look, and the other thing I don't want to say, but you got to think, look, if we're all right and we believe we believe, with each Georgia Guidestones, look, they're saying 500 mil. Do the numbers. I done it with a couple of friends the other day. That equates to England, UK, about depopulating it by about 50 mil. That would leave 16 mil, right? Roughly speaking. So start doing numbers, right? We're discussing how we're going to depopulate the UK. 50 mil. They want 50 mil gone within, say, 10-year period. That's 500 mil a year. But we're only losing 50 to 100 with cancer. We're only losing that. Well, we've got to make the numbers up. We need the bonus. You got to think how they would think if they were really to go by their agenda and want to depopulate by that much, or they've got a big job in certain countries around the world, obviously, because they've got a bigger population. That's their job. But you have to think if that was really, really the agenda, that's scary because that's a lot of people in a short space of time and a lot of chaos. You know, that's worst case scenario. If you could go by what they're telling us.
You just go, I guess we just go wait and see. For fuck's sake.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fucked up times.
Fuck me, everyone's gone quiet.
It's because you brought us down to negative, innit? Because you just made such a good point. We can't argue with you, mate. We can't argue with it. You know what I mean?
I could even piss truth on. Sorry. You know. No, all I'm doing, you lot are critical thing. You've done the numbers like me, and you've got to think how they would think if we're really going by their numbers and all the rest of it, what they've given us. It is scary shit and blah, blah, blah. And I believe deep down, like I've always thought, there's hope, and that's even there's a truth from believing it and thinking it. But nah, something will come, something Will Smith or Superman or fucking God or something. Something they'll yeah, good over evil and all that and blah blah blah. And I still believe that. I'm not going to go negative. I still truthfully believe that because whatever they do, I believe I'm a spiritualist. There's a creator above all of us, mate, and they're letting it do what it's doing to test us or whatever. Just leave it in the hands of creator, mate. They'll never beat what was created with this and created us. We're more powerful than they're letting on. Yeah.
So what's your plan then? You've heard a rumor that they're starting knocking on people's doors, grabbing you, vaccinating you, and you've got like a few minutes to decide what to do. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Doesn't that like turn you into a kind of like a robot, bruv? After you fucking take that vaccine and that supposedly that chip inside the vaccine is gonna it's gonna contain that chip, the RFID
right.
chip.
Yeah, Bill Gates has done it. You're right, mate. That's what they were discussing at that 201 conference. Yeah.
I swear Bill Gates he reassigned from his job or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, to go more into charity work or his foundations and stuff. But you know about them. The vaccine. I went to a conference years ago, and Stephen Dowling, a professor or whatever, he'd done an hour-and-a-half speech about it. Exactly this, the Bill Gates vaccine agenda. And now he's got the data, and it shows that when they've administered the vaccine in African countries or wherever they've done it in the country around the world, it's actually weakened the immune system. And then you've got that TED talk. This is another bit of evidence you can give them. You've got the TED talk he done in the one I can remember, 2010, when he's actually saying it, the best ways that we want to depopulate. You know, That shows they're Satanists. Any good person, you have no right to talk about depopulating. It should be how you're going to help the population that's here. And if it grows, it grows. You've got no right to deter. It's called eugenics, mate. That just shows their stance is totally how you got an organisation talking about depopulation, eugenics. If I was the leader of the planet, I'd say, no, we don't have that. We sort out I want a foundation to sort out. We sort these people out and work out better ways to give them land and give them free energy. Blah, blah, blah.
Do you know what's funny, G? Just to pick up on what you said, Bill Gates, yeah, he's doing all this sly thing, vaccination. I want rid of all these people, and then on the other hand, oh look, here's an Xbox. Don't worry about it. Play Xbox. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And free money. That's how they get free money and a chip, and everyone will be yippee doo dah. You know.
Yeah, Overkill. You know that voice clip that I was playing earlier? Yeah, it mentions about Bill. Just for
Yeah. No, I know. I heard it, man. And you're right. He's one of the main players, and he's got a lot of money behind it as well. A lot of money.
Oh, have you seen that the other day? Do you know who he's related to? I don't know if you guys have seen the video. We've got to start exchanging links on WhatsApp and all that. It's it's called Cabal Shal. Oh, I'll find it and I'll remind it. But anyway, it's in one of the bits of information. Bill Gates, he's 23rd. He's related to the Queen on one side and Rockefeller's on the others. And Rockefeller, he's the main founder for the World Health Organization. Now Bill Gates and Melinda Gates are the main financiers for the World Health Organization. And only by coincidence, they're the World Organization. They put out all the bullshit that Sky has and all the rest of it, and all the sheep will listen to. And he funds that as well. And he funds the companies that are going to sell the vaccines to the nations around the world for the pandemic.
Would you say that if there is such a thing as an antichrist, then he's pretty close to it, because he's actually trying to play God and decide which people survive and which don't?
Yes, like I said before, none of us have got the right to do that, and that's why it's in your face. Any good world leader or human being can see that. Why are you starting an organisation on eugenics? You start an organisation, like I said, to help the planet. Why are you building I'd outlaw nuclear bombs? Why? If there's because he's got it. Well, if he didn't fucking have it, you wouldn't have it. So none of us have it. Don't even create it. It's a war crime for anyone to even possess it or even build it. There you go. So none of us. They just make these laws. Oh, if he's got it, I've got it, we've got it. Well, it's simple. None of you have it. Fuck's sake. Not rocket science. Excuse the pun. And you can do that. You can do that with war on drugs, everything. Look, we're all truthers and critical thinkers. And most probably, because we're like that, we're all most probably on the same page in the spiritual world, and we've got common sense and would all want us to live along together and blah, blah, blah. It's just simple, man. But they don't make it simple because they cause the wars and the conflicts and the tensions and the social uncohesion and
everyone on this panel, we're going heaven, man. And everyone on the chat, we're going heaven. Yeah.
Let's hope so, mate. Because right now it's nothing like heaven, is it?
No.
Oh.
No. All you can do is hit them with facts. I've just been doing my mind maps. Just doing my mind maps, just get important points that you can hit them with, where they can't say it's conspiracy theory or anything like that. You tell them about the Bill Gates meeting, his influence or funding of all the vaccine companies, blah, blah, blah. And yeah. But they still call you. Yeah, I don't know. It's up to them. Like I said, all we could do is just roll with it for now.
For everyone that doesn't know, G Truth goes to Speaker's Corner. He's been filmed by COE talking about a totally different subject. But G Truth, right? Have you not realised that all this is happening and we can't really do much apart from be online? You can't go to Speaker's Corner. You can't have a gathering of more than 2 people, because if you do, the police come tell you to go home. If you don't go home, what happens?
Nicked. Yeah, the state has the power to nick. That's a criminal offence. They've made it into a crime. That's it.
Didn't you get forced a vaccine in your cell? Nah, joking. Yeah.
No, you'll be getting it somewhere along the line. But I'm just look, because we're smart, not smarter, but because we know a bit more and believe it. Look, we've got to start thinking of our solutions. Like I think, if there's a vaccine, is there someone out there in the truth community who can say, all right, you can wallop it in, you'll be found out what it is, and we can give you an anti-vaccine. There you go. And we keep that to I've said it online and it's recorded forever, but I'm only joking. That's the only thing. I really believe the vaccines are great and all that. And we should. You know what I'm saying? You've got to think outside the box.
check this out, right? You know that Hancock guy who's the health secretary who's isolated now because he's supposedly got it, right? 5 months ago, there's an article where he's saying mandatory vaccines should come in possibly. Then 5 months later, he's going to get corona, and then he'll come out saying definitely they need to be mandatory, won't he? Because he's had it, you know?
I've got a video. We've got to get on WhatsApp. I've got to learn how to put this, and I can start sending you lot the videos like how Rage Case puts it up. It's come out. A Texas governor or someone in one of these American states, you know, they get the ABC. A Texas governor. She's the first to get the vaccine for, and you know they do that like, hey, I'm getting it, so you guys should get it. But when you fucking zoom in, right, you know, it's like they've zoomed in. There's no needle in the syringe. And you zoom in, you can't see any prick, anything. You know, when you do that, and then they do it, and they usually put that bit of a cotton bud over it, because I've had syringes when I go for my doctors or whatever, and they put the cotton bud, don't they, when they take your blood and stuff? Yeah, nothing. It's comical. I think, oh fuck off. They're literally like fake syringe, fake vaccination. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to start sharing information because, like we said, if we're worried about the internet going down, then while we can do this, we need to keep doing it. Because, like you said in that comment to me, you're saying that other channels are just talking about the normal shit as if nothing's happening, like some random people that no one really cares about. Right now, all our families and friends are getting affected by this, right? Let's break it down, right? If your mum or your dad is on death's door, you cannot go and fucking say anything to them. You can't go and hug them, kiss them, whatever. You have to wait for them to die in their house on their own. Is that real?
Love, you know.
Yeah.
Someone
And
that. Wow, it's fucked up.
There's a guy called wait, let me tell you his name, right? And he's putting out good videos. And he showed one of them basically all dressed in hazmat suits with gloves, taking a coffin out of a car, which was like a medium-sized, weird little coffin. Just two of them, like no like weight in the coffin, so it's clearly nobody was in there, right? And trying to make out though it was somebody had died from corona and they had to bury it. Of course, none of the family could be there, so you couldn't. I think this was in Spain, I think, if I remember rightly. His name's MAG Truth on the Run official channel. Apparently, somebody told me that they've watched 7 of his channels go down, and he keeps coming back, and all the people that have been watching him in the past keep going back and watching him. So I'd have a look at him as well, Mag Truth. I put it in some of the videos. I've pointed him out in my later videos. But see the coffin, mate, and you can see there's no one in a fucking coffin. How many people does it take to usually carry a coffin, right? And these two guys, just one on each end. And there's no like, you know, they're struggling or it's got weight, so they're pulled down. It's just like, and you're just like, wow, they don't even care about how obvious it is anymore.
Well, I'm sure some of the new legislation, Shield Destroyer, it's no autopsy, no inquest. If you die in the state's custody, so that's in the prison, obviously, hospital, state police station, everything. That's a license to kill, literally. And they've got away with it anyway now because they've the independent police in the complaints authority or whatever it is. That's all ex-old Bill anyway. 90% of it always goes in the old Bill's favour. So now it's literally, that's it. And you know what sort of people most of the old Bill in the positions of who are going to be controlling the crowds are all going to be the riot squad who are fucking narcissists anyway, and the gun police, the heavy mob, who are all going to be Masons and bullies. Bullies, they are bullies. That's why they'll go into that. If you ain't a bully, you say, no, mate, that's not my cup of tea. I need an easy life. I go and be on the boat or a helicopter or standing at Buckingham Palace, whatever, isn't it? Yeah, simple. You put the right people in the right job.
Yeah. We look at even when you talk about Buckingham Palace. If you look at the Buckingham Palace guards and that, you watch them when I see him do a parade once, and there was someone doing photography and didn't see him coming. They just walked straight through him. It was just like, this is the psychological shit of these idiots. Rather than just stop and say excuse me and then carry on their parade, they just carry on walking and like literally knock this guy and his missus miles all over the place. Because that's how indoctrinated they are, and how like you've got to do exactly as we tell you, and when we tell you to march, you don't stop marching till, and they just do it, right? And it's.
You remember sorry to interrupt, mate. They're indoctrinated to say they talk about Muslim extremists and all this bollocks, and these guys have most probably got more of a reason because they've been living in minding their business, and you've got all these bombs from America and Britain bombing the shit out of their country and their fucking sheepherds saying fuck you, I'm gonna rise up. I can't blame the geezers. But you got the geezers here in the army, brainwashed, looking at stuff on the telly, listening to the bullshit from the Queen, and they're literally prepared, like those guys, to go and give their life up for the Queen and country because they get on that boat and a lot of them don't come home, or they come home with fucking in bits, or they come home with post-traumatic stress disorder. Even before I knew what I know, even as a kid, I thought, how the fuck are you joining the army and doing that for something? I was awake then, like most of us. So what makes these boys join the army and do that? Many different reasons.
Yeah, to the government, the armies, they're just bodies for them. You know, that's the way they see these people that join up the army, and
Cool.
just another
When the
body.
old days in
Gonna be
England,
They're
they
just
used to-
another machine, to them.
Yeah.
You're just a machine.
I'm
They're
sure
ch-
they used to give them beer. They used to catch them at the ports and just offer them beer to be on the boats, be ship seamen. Yeah, just young men who ain't got bin. And then they used to have a thing in the British Navy called a peg boy. In the British Navy, I don't know if anyone's heard of a peg boy, but a peg boy was basically, this shows how the British establishment and the state are nonsense from the peg boy is basically one of these young sailors that get from the shore, and it'd be the lowest of the low sort of thing, and they called him a peg boy because the officer would fuck him in his ass, but they'd put him on a peg to open his ass before they sodomized him. Peg boy, Google it. That's how you get the state. You say, look, you're nasty from morning, mate. You've been doing shit like that for hundreds of years on your boats. And that's the British Royal Navy peg boy, and he'd get fucked by the captain and all that. Yeah, that's your British Navy, mate. But now they can't obviously do that. Yeah. Good save the Queen. Lad I weren't about. You could never make me a peg boy. I would never get on your fucking boat. Keep it. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Does anyone know about these drones that they've been sending out?
That's scary. I've thought that about years. They're gonna have well, they've got it already, but they'll have facial recognition on it. That's it. It'll be like that Minority Report or they're militiaman and blah blah blah. Yeah, that's it. They'll do that soon. I always thought, why are they getting rid of all the police stations in London, the capital, and they used to have untold police. And I know, like they just have one main police station, all the boroughs now, and you've got more people. You've got the kids that are more violent, sort of thing. There's more crime, they say. But you're closing the police station down to have less old bill. Because they know in the future we don't need them, mate. Get the bodies now. Don't matter about the crime anyway, it ain't our ass. And we're going to have drones. More cameras, more drones. Facial recognition. Yeah, then they'll make the drones into little, like, have little tasers on them and stuff so they can actually detain you and stuff. Yeah. Maybe.
And the thing about a drone is it will never say no, no matter if you ask it to kill a kid, it will never say no. Also, if there's a virus, a so-called virus, it can't get it, whereas a human can.
Exactly. And they'll have little sensors on it, but they'll say you've got it. I've seen them putting them sensors on people. So the drone will come near you and detect your body heat or have some bullshit. Yeah.
And what about these videos now? That's fucking animals are dropping on the floor now, like birds and ducks and dogs and shit.
5G's got to be in it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get something in it now.
Yeah. That, these birds, they can't take that sort of energy, Fucking hell.
What really in layman's terms, because we can get all the technical, but when they explain, like, goes, wow, you've got a microwave, and I've always thought, how does it really work? But basically, it meant, the little I know about it heats up the water molecules, and then that heats up the meat or the matter that is heating up. So they said that's the same difference with these, and that's very low, sort of 2.5 or something. But they're saying the frequencies you're going to get from the 5G, it's not going to heat it more, affect your oxygen. But the point being, frequencies and waves can go into your body and cause toxins to develop and cause disease, or instant death, like you saw with those Chinese people, and they're just dropping on the floor or just instantly just dead in the public. And you don't see that here. That's what's striking to me as well. They done that as fear mongering, all these people dropping like it was the happening or a scary science fiction film. And then you think, fuck, but why? I haven't seen that here. You just hear the little statistics and the fear monger. You ain't seen people dropping dead on Brixton Road and everyone screaming like they're happening. Yeah, but 5G was rolled out in Wuhan that same sort of period, that same time, fact, and it can, fact, cause
It's been in Italy and Spain. Like in Italy, I think there's been dropped all on the floor.
yeah. So yeah, well they can roll it out in places. I don't know. They can roll it out.
So
I think the virus and 5G is definitely harmful, and it's got some. And maybe they were practicing in Wuhan on people, and the rest of the people they was taken away because of the protests, something like that.
Do you think that's just to scare people that were dropped on the floor?
Yeah, of course, ain't gonna. Yeah, it's gonna. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a good quote I got from someone, from Obama. Obviously no, but Obama's close aide, a Jewish guy, Rom Emanuel. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Yeah, so they know what they're doing. So when they have these things, they've got to get this new law in, got to get this bit of fear up, got to get a new little psychological bit that we fucked them a bit and made them a bit more divisive now. And then when they lock off the internet, they know what they're doing. Yeah, I know what they're doing.
So like, you know, so let's just say it's safe to say that after all this lockdown has finished, however long it may take, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month, 3 months. So after all this done, ultimately, so if it is really like they're basically implementing 5G all around major cities, including London, UK, the question is, so since we're going to be living in a world where there will be 5G all over, are we going to be alive or are we going to be dead? Because I swear, from what I know, a human's mind and brain and heart, we can't take that sort of frequency. And I think like the only choice we got just like to take this 5G frequency in our bodies is to take this fucking vaccine, which is, i.e., the chip.
And then the chip, the 5G will have the capabilities to tune into our bodies better, I would suggest, because of this chip or vaccine has been administered into us. Definitely. Here, look, this is an interesting one I found for you guys. Go and do your own research. I remember, look, Randolph Steiner's system of, I apologize for not getting this word correct, anthroposophy, right? You can get it, but it's Randolph Steiner's system of, tricky word, has a unique take on connection between 5G and viruses. I watched this video, and basically he's what do you call it? Not frequency virologist, but what would you call it? Energy virologist or whatever. Or basically, he's saying in a nutshell, I'll try and condense it as quick as I can. Each time that radio waves or new frequencies have been put over the earth, a pandemic has followed. And he's suggesting with his research, and there's a book, and when you look at the video, it's only a 10-minute video, it's good, it's quite informative. Basically, during the Second World War or the First World War, you had the Spanish flu that killed all those Americans in America and around the world. Then the Second World War, you had another pandemic. But basically, the First World War, radio waves were put over the planet in a big way. Second World War, radar was put over the planet in a big way. During the 60s, there was another pandemic, and what was it? Satellites were put up. Now, when you put up, because Elon Musk is meant to be putting up 100,000 satellites to facilitate this 5G rollout. So you put that into the mix with all the other frequencies that he says causes toxins in the body. All these other frequencies, naturally, why do you think they say you can't hold the phone next to your face and blah, blah, blah? They know that all this broadband and radio frequencies and shit causes stuff to the humans. I've always thought, you see, when you've got a radio, when I'm at work and the aerial's broken off and you can't hear anything, but then you put your hand next to it and you think, fucking hell, why can't I hear it? And then you put your hand away. So I always thought, wow, I'm sort of enabling that radio wave as I'm sort of a beacon. You know what I'm saying? Like when you put the what do you call it? A coat hanger in the old days on a radio, and you sellotape it, and it helps you get transmission. So when you put your body on it, I always thought, fucking hell, that's going through. I must be. So the point is, your body, as a lot of people suggest, and I believe, is not just spiritual, but it's electric. So you can get all these frequencies and beams, and it will affect your body in a negative or a good way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? This is more negative.
Sorry to interrupt, but all this that you're mentioning, that's the voice clip that I played earlier. He mentioned all of this. So yeah.
Oh, really? I'm trying to find this now. This video, what his name is, you lot really, if it is, you lot will enjoy this video. I can't find. Wait, my computer's really slow. But anyway, it's Randolph Steiner, and that's what he's saying in a nutshell. That these frequencies naturally can cause diseases. But imagine if they've enhanced it and used this technology that he's on about, but obviously just saying, oh, it's all bollocks, so they're thinking they don't want us to know about it. And it can act, what it is, it's directed energy weapons. You've got those videos where they've got the 5G system, and you've got a reporter there, and you've got the crowd there, and it's actually done enforced crowd control. And it makes them back off, and they say the sensation they feel in their body is heat. And you see the reporter goes, wow, man, wow, that was really hot. I went from 0 to hot, and they had to back off. So it wasn't waves, it was energy, a directed energy weapon. That's make these people feel so hot they've had to back off. No water cannon, no plastic bullets, but energy. That's perfect for them. Well, look, and that is
you could say they're trying to turn us into a robot. Let's just say, man.
Look at David Icke and all those. Not that I trust him, but he's got all that transhumanism, AI. That's on the cards. Elon Musk says it. What's his name? Ray Kurzweil. All of them. Yeah, of course. That's all part of it. They'll all be in that. That's why they roll this out. Yeah, you know? But then I think to myself, then really humans are redundant. We are really redundant. They're just playing games with us now. What they can do with us and take the piss and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. That we're just a product of society, man. No, really and truly, we're just weak, bro. Right, really and truly, in this world, at least, no.
Yeah. Consumer. What's anyone else?
So I'm just seeing every day. For the first few days, they say it's going up, but now they're saying that it's going down a bit. But I think the key thing is the food thing. Once there's no food in supermarkets and the word gets out, that's when you get people going crazy. And do you think we're near that now? This is why I keep asking anyone that comes in what the stocks of food are like there.
Do you know what? Yeah. Like last week I saw there was no queue at all. Yeah, there's people in the queue, you know, waiting a few meters from each other and all. Yeah, but now as I'm seeing the queue is now starting to become outside the doors, like for Boots, Iceland, Sainsbury's, you know, retail stores like this. I didn't see it like this, like, you know, during the first week of the lockdown, etc. But this week I'm seeing you know, a queue that's pretty long queue outside the doors. So yeah, it may turn into a riot, you know, because I can see people pissed off waiting, you know. They're just waiting and just, yeah, soon they might.
That's why I asked him about what's their policy if you're immune to it now. He was baffled, you know what I mean? People just too, I don't know, like we said, I ain't going to slag them off too much, mate, you know what I mean? But I don't want to play the game too much. When I see the queues, I just turn back. I've been eating fast food recently, where if I see somewhere I can just fly in, in central London, there's still some fast food sort of shops open here and there, or just finding a little Tesco's, whatever, there's no queue. I can't do the queuing, especially when it's all this bullshit with 2 meters. I've had people stop and sort of walk round me and that. Fuck. I said, mate, I'm going to tell everyone now, don't worry, mate, I'm immune. I've had it, it's gone through me, I'm immune, I've done incubation, I'm cool. I can't bother playing the game. What are you going to do? Rest me? What? Say to I ain't. You tell me I ain't. Fuck off. I can't bother playing that bullshit no more, mate.
It feels like you're in a concentration camp. You know, you see those pictures of people like in rows, like walking really slowly. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like, man. And you're being programmed to be obedient slaves, man.
No, I'll just cut through that queue, man. I'll go in fuck the queue. Like, well, I've never, fuck the queue. I'll just, well, obviously, if the door's closed, then you can't. But fuck the queue. I'll just go in.
No, but that's when it's going to start kicking off. That's when, look, I've obeyed the orders, waited in the queue, but I'm just saying, hold on, mate, I'm immune. And he's going like such a bitch. That's why it wound me up even more. So I thought, right, let's play the game then, mate. And then the other geezer who was wanting to leave the store, all I had to do was just walk past me. But then I was in another store in like Bayswater, whatever, and people just next to each other like it was normal. And it was just, I thought, fuck, just some people just toe the line so much. And then others are just more, you know. But I believe the point is, if you are going about, right, does it matter, right? For example, we're in Tesco's. We do the 2 meter rule. I go and look at a bit of cheese, cheddar. I look at, pick it up, look at the fat content, say, no, fuck it, I'll put it back. I'm contaminated, I've done that. I walk away. That person's abided by the 2 meter rule. What if they pick up that cheese, which is more than likely, think, oh, I like that cheese, cheddar, that Jules didn't like. I'm going to have that. Wouldn't you say they're bringing that disease into their own, whether you keep 2 meters apart or not? I may be wrong, but logic says, fucking hell, if I've got it, basically you contaminate everywhere. So what's the point of all this? Everywhere could be fucking
bingo. Just like someone said yesterday in a comment, right? What about all the food that you bring from home? What if someone sneezed on that? What if anything? You don't know. Yeah, what, are you going to test everything? You can't.
It's all fearful. And people are playing it. A doctor said even the state is saying it. If you have these masks on your face, it can be more detrimental and more maybe give you the virus because you keep fucking with it and touching it. Whereas you wouldn't be touching your face if you didn't have the mask on. And I thought, right, that's logic. You know what I mean? That's quite right. You know what I mean? And that's the state sort of doctors saying this shit. But people think, oh, let's get a mask. Oh, let me go on Amazon. Let me go on YouTube and or whatever. What's it called? Where they buy this stuff. Anyway, let me go online and get the best mask out there. I want to get one with a face on it and fucking with an emoji and a hashtag on it. You cunt.
Well, more about that fucking clapping and applause, round of applause that happened all of a sudden. I thought the fucking coronavirus fucking disappeared or something. The way
it's like the monkeys, isn't it? Like the monkeys with them little symbols. Do you remember where you get the monkey and it claps? It's fucking exactly that, isn't it? We're the monkeys living in 12 monkeys, man.
Now it's rainbows everywhere. Has everyone seen that? What's that all about?
I haven't seen the rainbow.
Yeah, next time you go for a walk, you'll see it on everyone's window. Well, not everyone's, but a lot of people.
I thought that's the LGBT. Well, most probably what they know what they do, that'll be the LGBT, and they'll add an extra colour for it to beat Corona hashtag emoji face. Something like that.
Like everyone was sheeps in the neighborhood that night, man. Like just come out the balcony. I'm thinking, you know what? I ain't even gonna look out because I know it's bullshit. Yeah, whatever's fucking happening. I know it's fucking bullshit. These sheeps are just fucking clapping. And
and then they done it for that Nightingale Hospital, didn't they? Where they done a video. It showed you the press done a thing where they're all on balconies, all standing next to each other, no mask, gloves. And I'm going, how come it's one rule, but we're all allowed to stand there? Probably about 1,000 people all together clapping the Nightingale Hospital.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Well, do you know what? The little do they know, you see that fucking hospital they're making, yeah? That fucking hospital that's taking all those patients in, yeah? All those ventilators in there is going to have a high frequency 5G, bruv.
Oh, mate, and it's right by water, just like in New York with this boat, yeah? They're gonna empty them all out to sea, aren't they?
Or the other option, a friend of mine suggested, I thought, yeah, good move. Now that's all set up. What would it take to change that from a hospital to an army barracks for social fucking, you know what I mean? Bang.
Yeah.
Instead of patient soldiers who use those things.
You say people to come and fucking work here to fucking what? Kill us? Fucking
yeah, that's right.
What if this isn't the real virus? Yeah, the real virus is in that vaccine, and then that's when they put all their efforts into rounding everyone up who hasn't got it, putting them in these camps, like we just said. Yeah.
Yeah, these are all.
I believe the virus will be in the vaccine. True, that's what I'm saying, mate. Or if it isn't a virus, definitely it is. Well, I've seen a couple videos with some researchers, and they're saying it's a DNA manipulator, and it will mess with your DNA. So it will cause mutations in the body or toxins. Look, it ain't going to be fucking stopping us getting anything anytime soon. Let's put it that way. If anything, it's going to be very detrimental to us, right? We can do the scientific and do the analysis on it later. But I'm not up for getting it pumped in me. I'll take what the creator's given to me. And like this argument, I'll say to him, hold on, if you've got the vaccine, your population's got it, that means they're vaccinated from COVID or whatever else, yeah? It means I'm not. So it means if I do get it, I'm going to die and I'm in trouble. And the people who has got the vaccine are not going to get it because they're vaccinated against it. So why does it matter if me or anyone else doesn't want to have it? Because it's fucking an oxymoron. We ain't got it. If we get it, the corona or whatever, anything else, your people who's got it are vaccinated. They're not going to get it because you vaccinated them. So what, shouldn't it be a choice? Take your government vaccine or not? But they're not giving us the fucking choice, apparently. That's why we've got to start thinking the solutions, how we can get out of it. You know what I mean? Because when you put that to any logical person, will say, well, that's fair enough to you. What the fuck can I say to that, mate?
What's the religion? Is it Jehovah's Witnesses that don't take medication? Who won't allow anything in their bodies?
Yeah, they don't take blood transfusions.
Yeah, but I think they're just going to try and override religions, Shield Destroy. That's what I'm saying, mate. I think that's why we've got to start looking into we've got in within us, start looking into, I'm going to tell my friends to as well, start really looking into what these laws say. We start picking it out. Remember, even the politicians ain't fucking looked into what they really say. I've only heard some of the major bits. So we've got to look in and see how we can defend ourselves using their law. And then, yeah, we don't look, main thing, we don't want a vaccine in us. That's the main thing. The 5G and shit, we have to figure that out and just go to parts of the country if we can, God willing, and go to least parts and figure that out later. But the main thing, solution for us or for everyone who wants to listen to us is finding out how we can swerve this vaccine shit. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a possibility that this vaccine's gonna have the fucking virus and gonna, fuck up our cells and whatnot.
Well, sorry, I've already given you the evidence from 3 years ago when I went to that conference. The data's there where they administered Bill Gates vaccines to help immunity, whatever country, not for COVID, but for whatever diseases are prominent in the countries they've administered to the kids or the citizens of that country. They've done the data 6 months, a year later, or whatever it is, and it's actually lowered the immune system to these people. So it shows the vaccines, even at worst, they're not doing any good. Yeah. And if there is an agenda, it shows he's fucking making people ill and wanting them to get ill. As he said when he's done a conference at a TED talk that he'd like to depopulate the world, and that's part of his agenda. Would you want to take a vaccine of someone's agenda who's fucking saying he wants to depopulate? I wouldn't.
Nope.
There you go. There's your answer. And this isn't conspiracy theory, you can tell them. This is all there if you've got the time to we have got the time before they lock the internet off and start frying you with 3G, you mugs. Get on there and have a look of what the bit I'm telling you, and then you'll say, all right, fair dues. And then it's down to you to make a decision when you're going to take a vaccine of someone who said stuff like that, and you've got the data to show that the vaccines have been no good in the past. Obviously, we don't have to go in and say it's a Satanist nonsense and go with all the rest of it, we know. Just give them basic, tangible facts, and it's down to you. If you want you and your children to take these vaccines, there you go.
So what if there is no solution at the end of the day when all this is over, this whole lockdown thing, and 5G is established everywhere in all major cities? What are we gonna have? What do you reckon? We're gonna die, or we're gonna have to face the vaccines, i.e. the chip, or whatever?
This is one thing that's definite: we're all gonna die, whether it's tomorrow or 100 years. So we've got to think before now and then. What do you want to do? Do you want to go out like a pussy and just say, oh, yeah, or do you want to just stand up a bit and spread the truth? And hopefully, God willing, like in Hong Kong, they've ripped them fucking 5G masks down. Yeah. And hopefully in I ain't saying too much because I know fucking them agents are listening. But anyway, I believe in the government. You're the best. God save the Queen and all that. But when I stop can talk private, we can talk private. God save the Queen. Yeah.
G-Man's funny, man. I think personally, yeah. If their plan starts to go where it's all working out for them, yeah, who wants to survive it anyway, right? Do you really want to live in the life of their fucking satanic world, even though we're already in it? But
look, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, no, we definitely don't want to be witnessing those times. We don't want to be living in those times, but that we're, with this crazy frequency, radiation where it's going to fuck up our heart and minds. you don't really want to be living in them times, man. I don't. Well, me personally, I don't want to. But the question I'm asking is like, when it's fucking over, this whole lockdown shit and 5G is everywhere, what choice do we have?
I don't think there's going to be a choice of, are you going to fight the people who come knocking at your door telling you got to take something, or are you going to just allow them? Personally, I'm going to go down fighting, right? I'm not going to allow another man to tell me what I can and can't do with my body. Yeah, I was given this body, they wasn't. Yeah, if they want to go and fucking put shit in their body, let them. I've said that all the way through, on drugs, on anything. If people want to go fucking inject themselves with shit, that's up to them. Yeah, more for them, but they're not fucking doing it to me.
It's gonna be people who don't want the vaccines. War, innit? So,
no, but I told him the same principle you're saying, Shield Destroyer. Today, when I said, mate, I'm a man, I'm a free man. I know I'm not contagious, yeah? I'm not a carrier. I know that I'm immune to it. So I decide who comes near me, not the government. Do you know what I mean? If I want someone to come near me, they come near me. Not the government. Fuck, it's not a law yet. You can't fuck. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it. Exactly what you're saying. I'm man of this land and blah, blah, blah. If I'm saying I'm not contagious and I don't fear anyone else coming near me, like when I was waiting outside the other shop and a Somali kid started laughing and we started talking, he gave him a fag and we spudded and all that. He ain't fucking, he knows. So go home, there's a bit of research, go and find out and help your family, mate, and spread the word. Fucking listen to their bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's another one. One by one. I'm getting the youngers around the area, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree there, man. But I think it's like me at the moment. If I want to go for a walk or want to go somewhere, I'm fucking going there. I'm a free man. But because of the depressive state of our world right now, and seeing people walking down streets with masks and fucking no one about, I don't even really want to be out there much. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't really bother me in the way of being.
I'm getting into arguments. Like I said, I got into an argument. I said, I'll keep you fucking, but I don't want to be, because you are my people. I don't want to argue with you just because you don't feel the same as me. But at the same time, don't put your shit on me where you're avoiding me. I said, I don't mind. You can come near me, mate. If you've got it, it don't matter. I'm immune to it. I've had it and it's gone through me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I sort of had an argument with 2 barber shops. I go inside the bar.
Well, what happened? Oh, yeah, wait, their barbers ain't going to be open. I didn't think of that. A barber's closed. Sorry, mate. I didn't think that. A barber's open, closed. I ain't noticed.
No, some barbers are open, you know.
All right.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. I need a fucking haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I went into the barbers, I got pissed off. One barber, I went in. There's just one guy in there, right? So I'm like, "What the fuck are you in for?" Then like, I'm like, you're misleading the people and misleading customers, and that's gonna be piss taken. Why are you just here? Where he's like, "Oh, I'm just closing up. I'm cleaning up. I'm closing up." And I thought, nah, this guy just shook that I might have the virus or something. I'm like, I'm not infected, you know. And all that, and now getting into this sort of convo. Yeah, it was just all mad. Then I went to the second barber. He's fucking open. I go inside, and he goes, "Oh, I'm not cutting here." I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?" They're all saying the same thing. "Oh, we're just shutting down." And this, bear in mind, this was the first day of lockdown. But then I thought to myself, nah, it must be because they're going coming in the next day. They heard the news that everything's gonna be shut. And they're closing down, but this guy's just sitting down inside eating his food, and I'm thinking, yeah, cut my hair. Yeah, he's like, nah, he's not gonna cut. He's just closing up. So I'm thinking, why are you just fucking sitting there casually eating your fucking shit and misleading customers? I just left. I said, everyone's gone fucking crazy, and I just left. And then luckily, I found the third barber. He was open. I done cut my hair, man.
Well, I'm surprised. No, because you ask people, that's the close. But I'm surprised. Well, the government will let them. They'll close. They say that's not urgent, I suppose. My friend's got a DIY shop, a little one, little independent one, because I saw Christmas trees out of there before, and I asked him, let me open it. Because I see that on the government website, whatever, it says you could open hardware stores. It's like, and they said like the food stores and blah 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 and chemists. But wicked, there's my get out clause. I can get out every day and go and open a shop. And I'd just be a prick and just be outside with a big mask on or something. this is the hardware shop. I'll get the big industrial. And I thought, yeah, wicked. But I thought, no, you can't. He said, no, he wants to keep it close so he can get some money out of the government. Saying, all right, plan B then. Cool. I ain't playing the game. I want to be out and keep as much normality in my life as possible. Do you know what I mean?
What warehouse did you say? Warehouse, do you say? Sorry.
No, a little DIY store, independent one.
I think that's one of the essential shops that is allowed to be open. I think.
Yeah, it is. But my pal who owns the shop, he didn't want to open it. I said, I'll go and open it for free, H. I said, I'll go in there and open it up like when I do the trees. They didn't want to do it. He wants to get some money out of the government, so fair dues. And he's the boss, you know what I mean? So,
he probably got like more of a bigger plan, you know, to fucking get money off the fucking government. Why not? Innit?
Yeah. I was thinking short term, I'll give me a legal right to get out. I haven't been pulled or nothing yet. I've been going out every day, going over south. But I know sooner or later they're going to try and do something. If they do clamp it down like they've done in other countries, then it'll get a bit more sticky. But until then, I don't know. That's the thing. You've got a government, the main advisor, who helped when they get the advisors to plot what may happen in a pandemic and do studies on it. He advised that it was going to be 500,000 people die from this pandemic, and now he's brought it down to 20,000. He's his name's Douglas or something like that, Professor Douglas from Imperial College, and they're not putting his data out there. And the death toll was meant to go down today. I've got it. Someone sent me the link or something. Yeah. And I've passed. Yeah, that's what I was going to film. Funny enough, I was going to film it for Shield Destroyer and try and send it. Because I remember you said film stuff. I was passing St Thomas's Hospital, which is right near Westminster Bridge, and I thought I was going to get off and film a bit, but I thought I could film a bit off the bus, but it looked quiet. It didn't look like the film's ambulances coming and going and people rushing in ER and big hazmat suits, and just looked like a normal sort of day, just quiet. Like how that guy filmed that New York in hospital, it just looked normal in New York. It looked quiet, and this is a central. This is right. St Thomas's is right opposite Houses of Parliament, right by Westminster Bridge. It's a busy South London hospital, mate.
If you do a research on that Neil Ferguson, the one who originally said that 500,000 were going to die in Britain, and he's Oxford educated. He's the one who was
it Ferguson or Douglas? I can always get confused. The Scottish name, was it Ferguson or Douglas?
Ferguson. I think Neil Ferguson.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And he's the one who's associated with the SARS, foot and mouth. He's associated with them all. I've done a video, another Oxford educated actor, I called it.
Yeah, right? I think I see it there as well. That's it. I think you've done one as well. That's right. Yeah.
And he's basically come across and said, oh, actually, I was wrong about that. And then we've got that other thing on the 19th of March where they've declassified it as being serious, but apparently straight after that, we're then going into lockdown. And I'm going, well, if they've gone, we're no longer putting it as serious, why are they now adding to the thing and saying it might last 6 months? And why aren't the press reporting it? And I think somebody in one of them
4,000 bed hospital. Sorry to interrupt. Building a 4,000 bed hospital. Yeah, you're right, mate. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that one that I forget N something or other who said that who declassified it as serious. Somebody there had went, do you know what? I'm not getting involved in this. I see what's going on, and I'm fucking not putting my name to this, and decided to put that out there. I've got a feeling because it was weird that they put it down and nobody's reporting that. Nobody on the mainstream media, obviously, or any of the poly tricksters.
Yeah.
What the
Have you
fuck?
seen this one? 12 experts questioning the coronavirus panic. 12 world-renowned experts are questioning the coronavirus virus panic. Right there. Some of them do. Right there.
An army veteran has a child with his life-size tall wife, bro. Oh, shit.
1 minute infectious. Look, there's a few of them. Look. Dr. Shakarit Bakardi, a specialist in microbiology, he was a professor at Jones Gutenberg University in Mainz, head of Institute of Medical Biology, blah, 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 blah. That's one. All these world, Dr. Wolfgang Wolfgrad, Joel Kettner. Look, there's just a list of 12 prominent doctors and professors who specialize in microbiology and infectious diseases, and they're disagreeing with the coronavirus, the original narrative.
Let's just say
Stuff
there's some the bigger secrets out there that we just won't know, just won't find out, man. You know?
Well, we do, mate. In a way, if they've like I said earlier, we've got the guide stones there. If we go by them and all the New World Order shit they've been talking about for years, and that's sort of filtering through now. They're talking about this one world government and cashless society just around the corner. And they'll put it down to, we can't look at all the problems cash caused during the pandemic. We've had scientists from Oxford say they've done research and we've got the data. If there wasn't cash in society, we would have saved a lot more lives. Cash made it. That's cash was the thing we found out that was was the main carrier. So we have to get rid of cash. Cash is gone, mate. Cash is gone, and that's it. All down to the pandemic.
Got that is carrying disease and whatever.
Exactly. Fuck off. We've had it for thousands of years.
Have all of you seen the Idris Elba video where he says he's got corona on this panel?
I'm just tired.
Have any of you seen it?
No, I haven't.
I can't laugh.
Right, when you watch it, yeah, it's just pathetic because the word he uses to describe having coronavirus is "it sucks." So people are supposedly dying, and this guy, who's a mastermind with words because he's an actor, all he could come up with, "Yeah, it sucks." Mate, if that's not acting, I don't know what is.
I see the Guardian are putting out a lot of these, fake these actors pretending to cry because they lost a mother and lost this person through corona, and there's no tears, and you just like, wow, look at the state of this twat trying to convince us that his mum died, and he's like, I don't know what to do. Oh, it's so bad. You've got to take coronavirus seriously and you've got to stay home. Yeah, just like that. And I'm just like, wow. And then you look at the comments and people are going, oh, I found that really hard to watch. Oh, I feel so bad for him. Oh, yeah, we've all got to take. And I'm just like, oh, my God. And you got it's always the Guardian seems to be really highly, the Guardian angel, I suppose, right?
Basically, all these people who are saying that they've got it and they haven't got it, they're traitors to this country. Simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. We know a fuckload of people out there that are being traitors to not only this country but to their own families, man. To everything. It's I feel sorry for those fuckers.
Man. Fuck all of that. They're traitors to their own selves.
Yeah. They'll never understand anything in life because they want to live the fucking disgraceful fucking death, and they're going to have it. They're going to get what they want. They're going to get their disgraceful death, and good luck with that. That's what I say.
By now, I think everyone's like yakking a lot of shots of vodka, man. Fuck yeah. No. Everyone
just think of all the money that's been lost in businesses now who are closed down because of this. They're like literally wondering whether or not they're going to have a job to go back to, whether their company's going to fold. You know what I mean?
Or they've got to take a loan out just to fucking get back on their feet again, aren't they? Like,
yeah, all the people are going down. All these people have got like a portfolio of houses, right? Imagine, yeah, they think they can't get rid of the people who can't pay for 3 months at least, right? And they're going to get a bloody loan, right? The banks are going to say, don't worry, we're going to give you a loan on the house you live in that you do own. And then they're going to be coming and collecting not only all the houses that they rented out, but they're going to be coming to collect the house that they once owned, but they had to get a loan on.
I remember another one of the goals you can say for the New World Order is a cashless society, but also really control with the chip. But this other one they've been touting about, and it will be coming, universal basic income. And I think you mentioned it earlier, Shield Destroyer, about the digital dollar. So that is basically the digital dollar is the chip, or that's it. There'll be no, that's it, a cashless society. That's a digital dollar, but they're going to call it a basic universal income. And we've had this universal credit pumped out, so that'll be for everyone. People, oh, it's free money from the government and blah blah blah. But then there's stipulations that you have to take the vaccine, and if you don't take the vaccine, you can't go into government offices. Blah 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 blah. So that's how they wrote people into it. Free money. Because I watched a video, I don't know, a month or two ago. I wish I'd have kept the link. But basically, it was like this kid, and he was touting it as one of the psychological sort of ways of doing it is creating, say, a utopia. And they'll tout as, look, it's a utopia. We're giving you free money. We're giving you this vaccine that's going to prevent you getting any of these diseases. Oh, we've just found another one. Don't worry, we've got the vaccine. We'll top you up, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, they know this free money you're getting, Clever Clog, is only going to last for the next 5-10 years, because we know what we're giving you is going to take you out. And they've done the sums, and that's another depopulator to get rid of people and that sort of benefit system, because they know what they're pumping you with is going to be your killer. So they know they're definitely wiping you out in the timescale they want. Universal basic income, that's what it's called, the basic income. And they're touting it in America, and I think Gordon Brown's even said it, or someone in the UK political sphere. But it's definitely, I've got it here, digital dollar, universal basic income.
Yeah. And whilst we're going into a society now where people have no earnings, and to survive, what's the easiest way to get them over to this is to say to them, look, in order to get this money, we want to give you this money. We know you haven't had a wage for however long it goes on before they bring it out. But you've got to do this, that, and the other, exactly. And in order to get this money, you've got to sign up to this, that, and the other. Otherwise, we can't pay you. And and it just and we don't want to give you paper money because already they've pushed that whole, oh, don't use money because it's passing the virus, right? So yeah, it's all coming, but as soon as coronavirus entered the mainstream media, I put a video out there and said to everyone, this is all agenda based. Don't think this is a 2-week or 1-week thing that's going to be going away. This is going to push all the agendas I've talked about for the last 12 years. This is coming, all these agendas, and as we're seeing, they're all fucking coming, every single one of them, and still people are ignoring it, And we got to educate the police. We got to educate soldiers as best we can. I told 2 police broke into my fucking house, right? Not so long ago. Some of you probably saw the video, right? And one was a Muslim woman. I said to her, what do you think your God's going to say? Do you think that they're going to be happy with this? And she was all right. She was like the nicer one of the 2. But of course, she was doing some stinking, nasty shit, right? And you could see that and I said, what order is it they're going to tell you to do that you don't abide by? Tell me that. And she's looked at me and went, I don't know. And I said, exactly. That's a scary thing about you people with your uniform. You follow orders, and you think breaking into someone's house so someone can stick fucking meters in my house is right. When I've told you I'm not the person, I'm not a person, I'm a living man. And I've told you I've got no contract with these people, and you've let them break into my house and actually stop me from coming in my house. Yeah, it's fucked up. But I told them the thing because I figured they're going to go and look, right? They're going to go and check out because they're going to be looking for the video that they're on. And then they're going to probably look at some of my other videos and hopefully get some education about what the fuck they're doing. And then maybe start talking to other police, and saying, look, actually, have you seen this or that? Or do you know about this? I didn't realize fiat currency. I didn't realize law versus legal. The police don't even know law, do they? I mean, and they're just going to follow all the fucking orders, man, and take down not only their own communities, their own families. And of course, they probably feel special at the moment because when they go to the supermarket in their uniform, they're probably allowed straight in, aren't they? They don't have to queue. So they're probably feeling like, oh, we're good. Look, and we get to travel around we can go wherever we want. And they can probably travel in or out of uniform as long as they got that little fucking badge, right? They get pulled over by the police. Why are you out? Oh, I'm police. Oh, off you go then. No worries. Yeah, you're going for a nice jog in the park. No problem, mate.
Crazy.
Just, you know, it winds you up that you've got the just people that just will do whatever they're told to do as an adult. You know, when you're a child, you do what your mum and dad do sometimes, right? You wouldn't even do it as a child. You quite often go, oh, actually, you told me to do that, but I'm going to be sneaky. But these police will just do it. And the army soldiers, they'll just do it. So the more people, if we speak to more people about stuff like that as well on our videos, then hopefully there's a family member who's got a soldier in the family, who's got a police officer, and they'll start educating them. Look, you know, you can't start being a part of pushing this shit because that's taking the mark of the beast. Yeah, if you're pushing it, if you're doing, that's what it is. The mark of the beast is helping this along. I'm telling you, complying and doing everything they tell you to do is giving you the mark of the beast, because you're now helping humanity get wiped out, man.
Yeah, but these police people, they're probably gonna be one of the first ones to take the vaccine and RFID chip. They're probably gonna be the first one to take it, man. The army and
more
police.
important to get it out to them. Yeah, I agree. I think that they're going to start taking down the police and the army officers who believe they're working for each thing, and then they're going to bring in the UN ones, which are probably bought up from children in some place, right? Probably bought up from babies, stolen babies, and they've just built an army of complete indoctrination and disgrace. And you know, however they've done. I saw a video with this UN army thing once, and it was not looking good.
Yeah,
well, you've got to remember, sorry to interrupt. With the Official Secrets Act and that, you know, they're signed over to the state. They have to defend the realm in times of war and that. So whatever the state says they do, they jump and they're on 24-hour call. So if they say you have the chip, you have the vaccine, they're taking it. They're not just sheeple. They spy, or you'll be not a deserter. You'll be criminal, won't you? You're defying the state. You're breaking that state, the Official Secrets Act, the contract you signed with the Queen and the state. And I'm sure it was even a year or two ago, the New York Boat Authority or whatever, Port Authority, they started saying, yep, you have to take the chip to their employees. So remember, in America, like around the whole world, if you sign that official act for whatever country you work for, whatever government or state you work for, then whatever they say you do, that's it, or you're breaking the law, because it said that in their contract, I suppose, you know. So they have to take it. The state will have to, all state employees will take it, and I want that because they have all their little robots all watched all the time. Because remember, they got to keep an eye on them to make sure none of them fall out and want to start bouncing and being a whistleblower.
Yeah, let's just. There's got to be some parts of the army and the police that are educated on what's really going on through their own research, right, or through what they've heard and they've looked into. And hopefully, there's some that have got a little bit more power than just a PC, right, and start educating their force. Maybe, look, I know what's going on here. We're not going to play a part here. That's all we can hope for at the moment. That some of them people and the whispers start to go around, because of course people enter the army, especially because not only because they can't often get a job, but some of them enter it because they believe that they're going to protect the people, right? So as long as that mindset, if all of them are really, a lot of them are out there to protect the people and protect their country, they've got to start looking at the real criminals of the country, the people that are in the power, right?
Yeah, but they're just getting used, bruv. They're just getting used, man.
Well, they are getting used, yeah, and hopefully that'll come across to him as well. Wow, I'm not being a pawn in this game. You know, I mean, I'm fighting for my country, and if that means it's the people who are giving me the orders to kill or do whatever disgraces to my countrymen, if they become the enemy, then so be it. You know, what does it say in the thing? It doesn't matter, terrorist, whether aboard or what's the words I'm looking for? Where it doesn't matter whether it's your own people or, you know, we're
right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, a friend or enemy of, like what they say in America.
Yeah.
If you're an enemy of, I know exactly what you're saying. They say in America, if you're an enemy of the citizens, you're an enemy. It's like as good as a foreign enemy.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
I know exactly. Yeah, something like, it's just like, well, that's what they're going to make people like who refuse the vaccine. they'll say you're an enemy of the state, and that's why they're getting all these people clapping and saying, "Oh, you're not doing your social distancing enough, or you're going out more than once a day because I've seen you, so I'm going to take a video of you and send it to the old Bill." So they've got that already. You'll be an enemy of the state if you're not taking the vaccine. You know what they're like with the Truther community out, or whatever you call us, whatever they're already demonized us already.
Yeah, so in the future, then those who didn't, get tested, those who have not yet got tested or taken the vaccine, we're going to be seen as a threat, and we're going to be on the list of those that did not take it, or those that did not visit the hospital, or called 111 for the NHS line. These probably going to be all tracked on the list, and then they're going to come for us. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's just a thought.
But it's more than that. Yeah, more. Yeah, well, the things are in place, the legislation's in place, and they've got their pandemic there where they say, look, you could be a threat. But like I say, how can you be a threat if I need to do, well, we'll see what happens when it happens, if it happens. How can it be that, if I've not got it, like I explained earlier, if you've got the vaccine, how can I harm you if I get it? Because you're vaccinated against it. So you've got that barrier, you're immune to it. I'm the one who should be fearful, and I'm prepared to take what comes. And I think there'll be a lot of people like that, especially religious people and stuff, That's we got to start thinking is ways of. That's all the main one I'm thinking now. Because if it is going to happen, like if you think it's going to happen, then just got, like I said, think of solutions or ways to swerve it. Yeah, I'm not going to harm anyone. Like I explained to him today, how am I harming anyone if I haven't got it? I know I haven't got it, and I can't get it if anyone has got it. So, and if the same logic with the vaccine, you're vaccinated, you're fine. If I've got it, you're vaccinated against whatever I've got, aren't you? And I'm not going to get anything from you because you're vaccinated. You won't get anything. Fucking hell. I don't know.
Yeah, man, it's a bit confusing, I like.
It's the space. It's like, well, all right. Yeah. Well, hopefully there'll be people with a lot more who can articulate it better than me, and and hopefully make a change. Yeah. But people, they're saying that. I'm sure they're bringing in laws that anti-vaccine. If you're anti-vaccine, I know they're removing it from YouTube now and stuff. Anti-vaccines class are sort of hate speech. Then they bring that into the realm of hate speech or fake news. We're already calling it fake news. When you've got the data there to show that it's Rose made autism rise and blah blah blah. Forget all the shit we don't know about that's going to kick in, or they're little guinea pigs, mate. Just throw anything in us.
I watched a bit of that conference that they had pre all this happening. The one with Bill Gates and all that. And one thing they were saying is that they wanted to be very quick to be on social media and stop any sort of fake news. But we all know that this fake news is what they use to say anything that they don't want to be listened to. It's just a very easy way to say fake news, stop listening, get back to work, whatever. Yeah.
The anti-vaccine talkers like this now, what we're talking is all fake news, obviously. Whatever the usual blah blah. But anti-vaccine will be called fake news. You're right. That's it, 100%. That's in that banner now. And they may even try and criminalise it or whatever, like that with other bits. You're causing distress. What about you're causing distress to people that are taking the vaccine, are complaining? They're out there clapping and they're thinking, I might be pumping my stuff. Now you're causing them alarm and distress when they're looking at these posts with anti-vaccine posts. Yeah.
If enough of them take the vaccine, right, and enough of us don't, then they'll be all right, won't they? And we'll be fine. Why can't they just leave us alone? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and let us die.
Apparently, if the vaccine works, that's what. You know what I mean? It's stupid.
Age case. But that's where that's where our civil liberties are gone. That's it. Where all the sheep who aren't noticing. Out there clapping. See, if you're clapping 10 years when all your kids are dropping, and you really see what all your civil liberties are taking, when it affects you. You see it slightly with little people, and you see how most people are selfish, and you see it only is really affecting you now. So but the other week I heard someone going, oh, they should have started the lockdown sooner. Everyone should be locked down, blah, blah, blah. Then I've heard again a week or two later saying, oh, well, It's a liberty. You should be allowed to get in your car. You're isolated, and you're going to the malls, and you're doing your thing like we talked about earlier. And the dog's free. You're not going anyone. Like I said, you'd be more at risk getting contaminated in your community if you're all walking your dog at the same time or and passing each other in the community. You know, it'll be safer if you go out and think, yeah, all get in your car. Don't walk about in your community. That's isolating. That's a good idea, if anything, when you look at it logically, right? But now she's changed her tune. She just but 2 weeks ago, whatever, you saying we should be all banged up earlier. But now it's affecting you more. You can't go to the malls. You don't mind doing a bit of bang up, but when it's affecting you a bit more now. Yeah, it's intruding on your life a bit more. Now you want to pipe up a bit about your civil liberties. Yeah, a lot of people start being like that. And you think, hold on, you should have seen that fucking when we was talking about it, not just now, but fucking years ago. Proves my point. Yeah, but now it's intruding on you a bit more. It affects you more. You want to stand up and start doing a bit more research. Too late, clever clog.
Yeah, what's the saying? What's the saying? He who gives up his liberties for security deserves neither, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, mate. You know this clapping thing, right? To me, that was a government-sponsored sort of meme to get everyone together. Yeah. Oh, let's all rally around the NHS. But they didn't want anyone to fucking clap for them when they want pay rise or anything like that, do they? Yeah.
It was for like, you know, the doctors mainly, in that, you know, these doctors that are putting themselves in risk, you know, helping all the patients, you know, all that. That's what I know from what I
Yes, but they make it like that, and on
mainly
the outside, as a
from
good citizen who thinks, sorry to interrupt, on the outside, as a good citizen thinking, oh, we've got this pandemic, look what Sky's saying, we've got these brave people on the front line, and they don't know the truth about it. It's not that bad, blah, blah, blah. Then it's another form of mind control and controlling the masses to think, oh, let's all get together behind the doctors. We'll fight this together. The good old keep it calm and have a cup of tea. Keep it calm and get your vaccine. That'll be the next one with the crown above it. Keep calm, get your vaccine. Actually, but the other point is, if you go against that narrative of the clapping, like yourself, I don't know if you've seen the Brian Harvey one when he's got the and then there's people like us thinking who are truthers who know what's really about and won't get out and clap. You'll be demonized. Oh, look, why you got there's workers? They're putting themselves on the front line, risking their life in the front line of the corona pandemic, and you haven't got
How
the decency.
dare you?
Exactly, how
No,
dare
mate.
you? If you hold
How
on, mate, I've
dare
looked
you?
at the data. I've looked at other 12 professors, not to mention all the other professors, blah blah blah. They've got a different narrative, and come on, they get taking away your freedom of speech or opinion or your own thought. You have to follow that. Get out and clap, or you're demonized. Yeah. I said, I don't play the game. I like going to test girls. You lot should try it. Even if you get on the phone, even do it for a joke. I want to do it. Just get viral or something. Just do it and just see. Just be on the phone. Yeah, I've just come out of St. Thomas's. I've got the all clear, mate. I've got the all clear. It's gone through me. Gone straight through me. And I've done my isolation. I'm out just doing it. I'm just free. You know what I mean? They can't prove nothing. Oh, what? Fed up with it.
maybe you should do that, man.
I will. I'm going to do it.
that. Go
Do you know,
viral.
do you know what I've seen on the dark the other day is people in China, they're selling fake health records at the minute.
To enable them to do fake health records, so they can.
Yeah, so you can say that you've had the test and you're all clear.
HK, smart guy. Do you know what I was going to do? It's funny enough you say that. Do you know what I was going to do? You know, I've heard it. They said you can go to Harley Street. Oh, I don't want to say to him. Oh, fuck it. Anyway, I'm going to say it, mate. So I'm going to go there anyway. Look, Harley Street, I think it's about £350. Exactly what you're saying, mate. I was thinking, yeah, I'll go and get my own all clear one like the posh people do. Harley Street's only up the road from me. I'll book it in, go and get me test privately. Yeah. And then they can't, I'm at you, mate. Say, hold on, whoa, I don't need your test, thank you, government. I've got my private test there. There you go. Doctor, fuckface, cost me £350, Harley Street. Give him a call. They call me Twizzler. How about this? Give me a crowd fund, everyone. Let's all get a crowd fund going. Yeah. I'll film it. Shield Destroyer. Fuck it. Yeah. Give me £350. I'll be the first down there. I'm going to spend my own £350. But then I was thinking, I said, oh, you know, they'll figure some. Oh well, we've talked to Dr. Fuckface.
Dr. Fuckface. Shit, man. Dr. Fuckface. Right now. Hello.
Yes, bruv.
And what about when you get the test, yeah, and you spend 350, and then they say, "Well, that was 2 weeks ago. How do you know you haven't caught it since?" That's what they're going to say, right?
Yeah, true.
I'd imagine so.
They can keep saying you get it, don't
The rich folks will be running down there because they'll be panicking and spending their 350, right? That's just easy money for them. They're just running down there going, "Oh yeah, quick, give me the test, make sure I ain't got it," because you know that's really what that's about. And then 2 weeks later, "Oh, you better have the test again." "Oh, another 350, no problem."
Fuck that. I'm not having any tests done. I'm not having the vaccine. You can keep all your hysteria to yourself. I'm fine as I am. I'm healthy, living my life the way I want to lead it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, right on. Me too.
Did anyone leave from the panel? Is G still here?
Yeah, G's still here, yeah. We're all still here.
Oh,
Yeah, I said I wouldn't even want
Get
to
the kids.
school them for Christmas.
Would
No,
you be
forget
sending
that.
your kids to school? My state just upheld mandatory vaccinations. I mean, schools indoctrination camps anyway. I'd get them out just for that fact, let alone all the paedophilias that go on in schools, then the indoctrination of the mind.
But that's what I
Don't
was
send them to school,
specialising.
man.
I've done video on COE. That's what's my main before this all happened. That's what I've done like months of research on the trans agenda and sexualisation of kids. Look at my video on COE. I've done a little short one where I had the ump when my back was hurting. Then I've done a great one with Colin. I met Cole down there. He's another guy, and he's done research like me, and he's IC3 just done a nice video. Yeah, it was just basically talking exactly what that, the sexualisation of kids, how they teach them masturbation and blah blah blah, the drag queen story hour and all that shit. Yeah, go and have a look at it on COE channel, and it's down there. You'll see it. Colin and G Truth. About 40. It's a good video. You know what I mean, just bouncing off each other, just his research and my research, just like what we're doing now, but just on camera.
G-Truth. Look, like Shield Destroyer was saying, right? This is a time where people who've got channels need to start doing stuff with their channel. So I would say you would be one, mate. You need to start making some videos, even if it's like a 2-minute video every day, just to let people know what you're thinking. You know what I mean?
I want to link up with Age Case and yourself, you know. I see, oh yeah, nice one to Age Case. You've got a wicked channel. I wish I'd have found your tune. It's got some wicked documentaries on there. You know what I mean? Like they'll do like and subscribe to Age Case. But I truthfully mean that. It's a great video. Now you've done some wicked work, and I've got some knowledge of your channel. But I'm in the process of making a documentary with a good friend of mine from down the corner. But we're really, since this has all happened, we've started writing a narrative. I've got all my research in the books and stuff and the links to headlines, but it's just putting it together. So hopefully when this dust settles, we can all put our heads together and make a great documentary, man. Because you've got some great stuff there and that, and I see you, we're all on the same page. It's just about the sexualization of kids, where it's come from, the history of it, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to, that was my main aim before this. I was getting the leaflets out. When you looked at videos, just mainly splits in the school with leaflets.
I remember, man. And then all this shit happened.
Yeah.
That's a good. That's a good thing, getting leaflets, because this guy Weefy Man's just said, about how do we stop this? Yeah, I think, or was it Craig? Someone said about use this time for meeting of minds. I think we should use this time for strategy. Don't wait for the knock on the door. I pray for the children. And, you know, it's very hard to come up with a strategy against this. And the only, you know, I was, if I had the money right now to go and print a shitload of leaflets and put them in envelopes and say, you know, put it on there, coronavirus warning, and put it through everyone's door in my neighborhood, yeah, and then suggest to them that they print this, print it themselves however many times they can and go and deliver it to other people's doors, and maybe put some links and some truth in there about what's really going on. So people will automatically open that envelope and read it when they see this coronavirus, and maybe that will start, you know, but it starts, I think it's going to start with neighborhoods. You've got to talk to your neighbors. I talk to my neighbors. Fortunately, I got a couple of woke neighbors who know what's going on to a certain point. And I'm saying, look, what do we do? If they come for you, do you want me to help you out? You know what I mean? Are you going to help me out if they come and try and drag me away? And if you get imagine if you could get your whole road, and then your whole road could get the next road, and
we start to become what we should have been always, a community looking out for each other. That's the only way I can think, but I'm sure there's plenty of better minds out there than me that can come up with good solutions of how we can start to fight this in a proper way, hopefully without violence, right? I don't think all getting together in mass crowds and going to London's a good idea, or any city, because I've got a feeling that that's kind of what they want us to do. I think the London and the Washington DC will be places that will be highly linked to get a big crowd out there, and then they can turn that 5G right up and fuck them all, right?
Yeah, stay away from the main roads and the main sort of bus shelters and the main, where the trains are and all the shops are, That's go the back routes. That's what I say.
Yeah, and education, as he's just said, put videos out. Everyone who's putting a video out there, you don't have to put your face on, just a message, just with some real truth of what's going on is going to help massively, because the more, and always keep telling everyone else on your videos to keep doing it. Please do a video. This is a war. We're the soldiers, including you. And we all need you, right? We need you to start. And the first thing we need to do is try and get as many people educated or thinking or considering, a different thing to what they're seeing on their TVs and what you can't even get away from on YouTube, right? It's all over YouTube, probably all over Facebook. I don't know, because I don't have an account, but probably all over Twitter, right? They're probably all the same. So many of these scumbags telling everyone, "Oh yeah, stay at home. Don't go within 2 meters. Do this, do that." The same shit that the TV are, just regurgitating the scumbags' words, right?
So you're saying like leave a flyer or something outside everyone's door, yeah?
Well, it'd be nice. It'd be nice, like if I could like print off. I've got a printer, but it's busted, right? I could print off, some real information, keeping it short. Sorry,
just write it down, innit? Even just write. You can write it. Like,
you could write it down, yeah. But the problem is, you don't want them coming to your door and accusing you of something. Yes, you don't, and that's the idea of them saying, "Please do the same." Because if everyone's doing it, they can't go and arrest everyone.
Just leave
Sorry,
it.
mate. Sorry, mate. My friend. Sorry to interrupt. Just a quick one. My friend's already done that idea, but what he was doing, but I couldn't print it off on my thing. Basically, just the government document. You mentioned it earlier when I've got it in front of me here. When they downgraded COVID, whatever they call it, 19. Look, it's here. Status of COVID-19 as of March 19, 2020 is no longer considered a high consequent infectious disease in the UK, a HCID. The Four Nations Public, blah, 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 blah. Basically, it's you've seen it, the government document. He said, print that and you put that on people's doorstep or hand it out to people. That's what the government's put out there. But the next day, they're saying they're building a 4,000 bed hospital and they're having a lockdown and it's all Hollywood style pandemic, blah, blah, blah. But hold on. Yesterday, you said it's not a HCID. It's your own document. And you've got your own guy, what's his name, Gordon or Douglas Ferguson. You've got Ferguson, your own man, who's done the analysis to predict what may happen, who said from 500,000 to 20 million to 20,000. So why are you building this hospital? Let's just downplay it and let's not fear the country so much and put Emmerdale back on and just talk about some normal news. No, because it isn't part of the plan. You need to keep this plan going because you need all the bullshit you've got going on in Italy and all around the rest of the world. You need that here.
Yeah. Spot on. That's a good one. Yeah, that would be a good thing to print out and put in for people's doors for sure, with a little info and like Craig said, like what's the name said, when you're in these queues at the stores, start talking to people and don't give a shit who cares whether they're so ignorant they're gonna start laughing at you or calling you mental, right? But start educating, talking to people.
What they're gonna do? They can't nick you. I've been there. Who gives a fuck? Nick me, man. What the fuck? But I don't want to get nicked this time. Fucking, they get you in there, mate. They're pumping you shit. But I'm saying, I ain't breaking no law, mate. Yeah? I've had my analysis. I'm all right. Leave me alone. I decide who comes near me. Yeah? If I want you to, it's your choice. Don't get me wrong. You're free. If you want to, don't come near me. That's even before this coronavirus, mate. I'm not telling you to come near me. But I'm saying you can come near me if you want. Spud, how you doing? Cool bollocks. Yes.
Yeah. What a great way to get everyone scared of each other. You know what I mean? When your own
Exactly.
mums
That
and your
was
own
the-
dads won't come near you because they're scared of coronavirus, you know.
Yeah. How about if you go and get it, just get it printed off? I just want to get it just for the sake of it. You know what I mean? Just for my benefit. You know what I mean? Then at least I say, right, I ain't got it. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I know I ain't because I think it's all bollocks anyway. They're fucking making it up to a certain extent, the way they're exaggerating it. Like I said, if it was really that fucking bad, mate, like I said, it could be transmitted so many different ways. So these masks don't really mean nothing. Like that cheese analogy. Yeah.
I don't believe it's true at all. I don't believe there's a virus out there at all. I don't believe viruses really exist. But yeah, it's another subject. But I believe this is all. You know, the whole thing is about agenda of taking out, and this is the master plan, isn't it? This is where we've come to an invisible something that they can't. You know, if it was something that, you know, your whole face covered in something, everyone would say, why are you taking him away? His face isn't covered in anything. Now it's an invisible, and they tell you could have it and you won't even get any symptoms, but some people have it and they die. Some people can't breathe apparently, and all this shit. Yeah. But they can just take anyone away and say, no, he's got coronavirus. No, he's just not showing symptoms. He's one of them ones.
No, that's what got me earlier. Sorry to interrupt, mate. What's the when they was all dropping? I just, you know, when you're going through your old WhatsApp image, blah blah blah, what I've been sending. I've gone back a few weeks, just when it first started kicking off and it weren't really happening here, and you see the videos in China. But the first ones that were coming out, I remember now because I've looked at them, and it's telling when you look a month back, I think, fuck, it looked worse then. They was just dropping in the streets. You had them in the hazmat suits, dragging the people out of their homes, and like I suggested earlier, I believe they were protesters, and they said, right, you're on the shit list. But now we've got this the guys of the hazmats and the coronavirus, you're coming with us. That's why they took them away, dragging and screaming. If you thought you really had it and you was going to get vaccinated in the hospital and get looked after, basically get treated, would you be dragging and screaming like that? Yeah, especially if you was a sheep, you were saying, oh yes, thanks officer, where's the bus? Where? Oh, thank you, I'll seatbelt myself in, wouldn't you? They're going like that because they know it's the communist regime, mate, and I ain't fucking coming home again. That's why they're getting dragged away like that, mate. Like, if you thought you had the virus and you may get saved, you'd be saying, fuck it, all right, let me just take the vaccine, fuck it, I'll get saved. They're dragging them people away to their death, mate. Yeah, just like when the people have just dropped dead in the street.
Yeah,
You know, they ain't pumping with something. I don't know. It just hasn't. That sort of narrative ain't been played out here yet. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'll put a video out of a 35-year nurse. Yeah, she's been in the nursing game for 35 years. And she pointed out that there's no such thing as a cold virus or thing where you just suddenly drop down. You're just walking along.
Did I see that one? Was that the English one? Was that sorry to interrupt. Was that the one with the glasses? Did you put it out? And I think I see that's a good one.
Yeah, blonde woman. That's it, mate.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Let's see what goes on flipping when over here when the hospital is made, innit? The Nightingale in Excel. Is that the Nightingale?
Yeah. Just to change it 1 minute. Sorry, Shield Destroyer. Was that woman? Did she describe that you can't drop? That's what I mean. You can't just die from the flu, influenza. From those symptoms aren't common with it, just dropping dead. But she said, is that the one when she's saying actually the 5G can take the oxygen out of your body with the water molecules, and that can suffocate you, and you can die instantly and drop dead from suffocation.
That was it, mate. That was it.
Yeah, that's it. Rings a bell. You know, you do so much and you fucking try and keep it all in, do your mind maps and do this. And it's such a split. Yeah, I do remember her. That's where it comes from. See, and then I've heard it from her and I've heard it from another source as well. See, you put it all together and it sort of makes sense. That makes more sense than dropping dead from influenza because it doesn't happen, does it?
Okay. Yeah, her name's Kate Shemirani, Shemirani. The video I've put out on that, in case anyone wants to see it, is called Coronavirus and Vaccines Exposed by 35-Year Nurse. So that's it.
One I remember.
So you can see, but yeah, I mean, you know, just it's common sense, isn't it? That all these people are walking along and just suddenly they look fine, no problem at all. They're not fucking gasping or anything, and they just suddenly drop. And that was the first sort of pictures I think we saw maybe on the mainstream media, right? Of this virus in Wuhan.
And it was like a science fiction film. Was that? I mean, it's scary. Yeah.
So why are you guys saying that they're dropping over? So what do you guys think they're dropping for?
I'll go first, then Shielders, right? I think it could be like they're saying that 5G, and they've maybe injected these people with a chip or whatever, or have the ability to zone in or direct the energy direct to that person. They're just trying it out. Once they've rolled it out around the city, right? We've got the coronavirus as our guys. We can say bullshit. They're dropping dead from it, right? Bing, bang. Oh, it works. Fuck me. Oh no, that's too much energy on that one. Look, he took both his eyes out. We don't want it to be a bit more discreet, right? Low it down on it. Possibility. Or they've just drugged them and they've just dropped, or it's a total fucking fabrication. It's just a fake news, and they said, right, you're going to drop dead, we're going to put it around to the world because it is a communist state and it's easy to get actors and a phone and who knows. There's many options.
All of them
Many
are
other.
possibilities here that you just stated. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally I agree. It could be 5G, or it could just be again, you know, an actor. You know, it could have been filmed to give us the interpretation.
Yeah.
Look, oh my God, people are walking down the street and they're just dying of this virus. Geez, and to give that whole scare tactic immediately, right? The fright. Oh my God, they're just dying on the street like that. Which of course we're not seeing at all. We're not even seeing anything, are we? There's nothing going on. Nobody's walking down streets dying. Nobody's in. I don't need people aren't even in my supermarkets or whatever sniffling. You know, there's not even a cold out there. You know what I mean? I walked in a supermarket once and I literally sniffed once, right? And two women sort of looked at me really like, and I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
And they could be just you know, those people that dropped, they could be just testing it because they know, like, when all this lockdown is over, whenever it gets over, you know, 5G looks like 5G will be about in all major cities. So they're just testing it out, like in which way a human can be,
right,
you know, can take it. Because end of the day,
when they roll it out big street, yes, you're on the right track.
yeah, the audio that I played earlier, it says that, you know, the future will be 5G and the world has to go into a much more faster speed. We need to be in a faster speed, i.e. the internet, you know, phones speed, the internet speed, everything. It has to be fast, so they could be
They
just
want that,
out on
but
people.
they say that, but the same man, sorry to interrupt you, my brother, they're saying that, oh, we need this faster speed, but on the same man, they're trying to depopulate. So if you need faster speeds, we're going to be less people. So why you need faster speed? There's this all fucking just for their benefit and more money for them and more control for them. But oh, we need faster speed. Like I said, how they're going to get the flipping 5G? They take away what we got now, and then you'll be fucking clapping out their window for their 5G and the 5G engineers and all that bullshit.
Maybe they're just trying to see, like, in which way that it will be suitable for humans to have 5G without us dying, you know?
Don't have it at all. Like they said, that's what the experts, there's 26,000 experts in the world who's put a petition up who said don't have it. You've got all these other ones. I'm trying to find, we can all find the research and the data. Look how many of us there are. But there's many people, and it definitely hasn't been tested. When it has been tested on animals, it's made the animals delirious, and it's made, wait, I've got it. It made cows hysterical, birds fall out of the sky. Humans have had flu-like symptoms when they have done the tests on 5G. Look, I've got it in one of my mind maps, yeah? Never tested on animals or humans. Very few experiments, and a few experiments have made cows hysterical, blah, 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 yeah? This is what they're saying. This is not conspiracy theory. This is fact. So when they say 5G, people got to look through the fucking big the big banners they put up with the new Galaxy phones and think, look beyond that, mate. You've got a working phone. We survived for 1,000 years without fucking phones at all. So I mean, and when you're walking about, I'm still seeing people talking about business on phones and stuff like this. And some people really don't get what's coming. They don't. So sleep. They think, oh, it's just the pandemic will be over in a little while. No, this is here for good now. You know, I said this is the war on viruses. #. Yeah, mate. But you won't hear much, I bet you won't hear anything much now about terrorism or Islam or anything like that. That's out the window. That's old news. Yeah? That's old news now. Fuck that. This is the new one. I think this is even better. I think we've ever had them queuing up like that after a terror attack. Fuck off. This is the best one.
I was thinking the other day there might be some terrorist attack, and they'll say the ISIS wants the coronavirus to go, you know, some shit like that. You know,
they don't need it no more. They've got the ultimate terror attack that invisible virus, mate. They've got us all locked indoors. What more do they want? They've got us where they can fucking arrest us if we're out without an essential flipping. You can't even walk your dog without fuck. Come on, they've got it's the terror is over. That's it. They've got it. That's all that. They ain't gonna waste any time on that. They're gonna ramp this up and get all, like they said, every crisis, get the most you can out of it. Whatever that guy said.
I was just thinking to top it up even more. The government may just get some fucking ISIS attack and say these ISIS mans were not having. They weren't having it with the coronavirus victims, so they killed him.
Their new terrorists, their new focus will be on people that oppose the vaccine or try and say that there's an agenda behind the vaccine. They'll spend their time and effort and money and age and that's where they'll put their efforts now, because that's the greatest threat. If they get mass people saying we ain't taking your shit, blah blah blah, and waking up basically. Terrorists is the old threat. Who's going to be worried about terrorists now? Because terrorists ain't on your doorstep. Terrorists ain't in your supermarket. Terrorists ain't your neighbor. This is fucking all those things. Their people are fucking threatened when they don't want their family around them, mate. This is the one where they've got the ultimate fear in a human being, and they're gonna fucking milk it to the limit. They've got it. They've got it. They're not with it.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying, but this is basically terrorism. This is what I've been saying. It's basically terrorism.
They ain't never locked us off when there's been a terrorist attack like this. You can't go into the area, but they've never ever done this. This is the big one. Come on, this is ultimate control. And they always knew that.
This is one level below World War II, yeah, because World War II people go down to bunkers, have blackouts and shit. But now we're almost there because you've been controlled. You can't do this, you can't do that, and the thing that is a threat is invisible. It's silent. Whereas with the so-called Nazi army, you know, you had the planes coming over and bombs being dropped. You know what I mean? That's the only difference.
Yeah. This is what they call it. This is what they're calling it. It's the war on the virus, whether it's us against the virus. That's why they're all out clapping, because the NHS are our soldiers battling it on the front line, like at wartime, innit?
It's like we're one of the populations, like the last ones left or something. So like it's like some sort of test or something.
Now we're the ones like in the science fiction films, like the mad scientist trying to find out a cure for humanity. And our cure is getting the truth out there, mate. That's the cure. Waking as many people up as you can, so God willing, or the Creator willing, that there's more of us than them, obviously, and just fucking wake up and just stop them doing what they're doing. Rip down your towers. We don't need faster, but I'll fucking live without faster broadband or whatever. Thank you very much. We've got it all right. We just work out times. We could do that. We work it out between us, thanks. We don't need that. We don't want your vaccines as well, thanks. If people want to take them, that's yours. If people want to take them, I'm not stopping you taking them. Good luck to you. But give me the freedom as a free man to not want to fucking take them. That's all I'm asking, mate. You want to take them, fine. I ain't protesting about fuck all. I'm just going to protest about them sticking them in me. That's all.
Why are they scared? Why are they scared? If they've taken the vaccine, they've got nothing to worry about, right? They're not going to catch it from me. So why are they so worried about me taking it?
Exactly. Done deal. Everyone's happy. We don't need any parliaments, any protests. Thank you. That's it. Everyone's happy. Can we move on now? And the chip. I don't need the chip. Thank you very much. I'm allergic to them.
And if people been isolating and have listened to the government, self-isolating, so why should they take the vaccine? No.
Exactly. Yeah. But they'll still say, remember, that's how they got the ace up their sleeve, the little pricks. Saying, oh, you can have it, have no symptoms at all, but we've tested you and you're still, a carrier or whatever. And it could come again.
Yeah, that's the great thing to say. You can still have it with
that. You're talking bullshit. How about that, Mr. Doctor? Mr. Paid Doctor by the state? Fuck off. There's plenty of doctors. I've got 12 of them in front of me now on the internet. And I'm sure if I talk to some pals, we could. Well, my pal's writing a paper as it goes right now. Forget their bullshit conspiracy theories. They put all the facts and all the data in front of them. They can't deny it.
But everybody's a doctor now, isn't it? With the surgical masks outside and gloves.
No, everyone's a doctor and they're self-diagnosing. Like my silly pal who's fucking self-diagnosed, got better, and now he's in his 14-day contagion. And then I couldn't take it anymore from him. I said, please, just go and get a test if anything, and he's got the ump and hung up, and I thought, oh, fuck off, can't bother. Get well soon. Yeah, shit.
Right. Another reason I think this might be fake is for the simple fact that none of these things that you hear about in the media overlap. Right. So you had Islamophobia. Yeah. You had Islamophobia, war against Islam. Then you had Brexit. Then I'd say you'd probably have people worried about transgender in schools. And now, after that, you got this. And they never overlap. But they're always in the media. You hear about them 24/7. All these four things I just mentioned.
But before this, in the beginning of the year, remember the World War III talks with USA and Iran. Remember that was the big news that was going around the start of the year, that the World War III is already here and it's gonna start between Iran and USA. Remember when the general died, or whoever the fuck he was in that country, Suleiman or whatever his name was. Yeah, I remember
you talk
that.
about sorry, mate. You talk about World War III. I think you guys will remember. I can't remember. But remember, there was years ago. There was a paper written, or it's documented somewhere, where they said they want to invade Syria, Iraq, Iran, Libya, and China, and North Korea was on the list. And they've ticked off most of those, and all that's left, I believe, is just North Korea, obviously, and China. And I thought, how do they ever get China in the game? But then I've seen a report from some Indian documentary channel or news channel the other day. I'll try and find it. I wish I could share it, but I'll find it and put it up or something. But basically, she was trying to say, put the narrative out. It was very biased. The narrative was, we found the virus. The virus was created in China because now China basically is up and running. They're saying after 4 months, all the factories are open, but basically all the factories and all these respirators, most of them are being made in China. So she's trying to portray, or she's saying factually, China are now profiting from this virus. They've gone through their little thing and little pandemic, but now all the factories are up and running, selling all the masks to all these countries around the world that need them from the virus that she's alleging China has spread. And also she says that when the pandemic was in its full thing, there was only about 10 people that died in Beijing and another very, very small numbers in Beijing and Shanghai. And they're obviously the big main capital, the capital and the main cities of China, and they're not that far from Wuhan. So you put all these bits of evidence together, if you're older, and they're trying to make the narrative to portray that China's the bad guy behind it, and America's already trying to pull that. So what I'm saying is, if this goes on tit for tat like they've got with Iran and other countries, they've always tried to beef with, for want of a better phrase, have wars with. You'd have to have something, a reason, don't you? Well, you started this or blah, 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 So that's what I'm saying. When you look at this report, she's trying to put out there that China's up and running again very quick.
You've gone again, mate.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro.
Oh, sorry, how much did you lose of that bit?
Did you hear me say you've gone again?
The last 10 seconds, maybe.
All right, no, it's just about the China. Yeah, the narrative was she's trying to say they're up and running pretty quick, and they have most probably pushed it around the world because they're making money out of the respirators and the mask.
So would you guys say that China, America, Russia, they're all on the same side, which is the elite, and we're just the pawns in their game?
It's got to do with money in the day, because with money comes power, and the Rockefeller is the Rockefeller family. Yeah, they've, as you may know, they're in control of every single country's bank system, right? Including UK, but except South Korea, if I am correct. Have you guys heard about that? The banks.
No, yeah, that's right. There's only many. They've got banks send all their Rothschild flipping banks in all the countries. I think there's only a few countries that didn't have them, and they've been invaded. Funny enough.
Yeah, they own every single banks.
Yeah.
So that's why South Korea, whoever the hell, they are, free from what you mentioned.
A Rothschild bank, a Rothschild owned bank. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm going to pop out for a bit. If you're still on later, I might pop back on, or you know, I think
Sorry to interrupt. That's perfect timing, Shield Destroyer. I'm off. My pal's texting me, and what I'm going to try and do is get them to come on live with us tomorrow, whenever you do it. I'll let you finish. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, cool up, mate. No problem. Yeah, I think Overkill should do these daily, or maybe even a couple a day. You know, if he wants to do an hour and then have a break, and then you know, I think this we'll try and get more and more over. I put a video out to tell everyone to come here, Overkill, but keep doing it, man.
Nice one, man. I've noticed that. I've noticed a lot of people come in, so I appreciate that. And I'll do it as regular as I can with the money and the bloody time that we've got. Yeah, no worries, man.
We need channels like this just to give people like that, you know, that the truth, and try to hopefully get more and more over here and get rid of any of the scumbags. Just I'd delete them, mate. I removed all the scumbags, all the ones who leave nasty messages. I just block them, mate. Get rid of the evil out of it.
Mate. Good research, you lot. Yeah, go to Mark Windows of the world. No, Mark Windows on the world. Anyway, Google him. Go onto YouTube, and he's done a great video. Regiment 77. They're all Regiment 77. There's definitely 1,500 paid by the government to come onto channels like this and say we're mugs. And I say to you, God save the Queen. We love the Queen. Keep it coming, you mug. Right, lots of love to you lot, and obviously lots of love to the Queen, and the government are the best, and we love Boris, and we're all talking bollocks. And I'll see you lot very soon. And
take it easy, man.
Yeah, big lot.
Take it easy, G Truth. Take it easy, Shield Destroyer.
All right, guys.
Keep the live streams going. Keep them going. I'll come on whenever I can if I'm any use. We're all willing to. Take care, everyone.
Cheers, guys. See you later.
Take care. Take care.
God save the Queen.
God bless America.
Fucking hell, man. Crazy.
Yeah, you just don't know what to believe, eh?
Yeah, man. I know it's fucking hard. Everything's changing every single day, isn't it?
It is.
Mad. Crazy.
What day is it?
Is anyone
Wednesday.
Anyone else having weird, like, fucking sleeping patterns and dreams and shit?
I did have a dream yesterday, and I haven't remembered my dreams for a few months. So yeah, it's funny you should say that. But also, every day rolls into one now because there's no work, there's no school, there's nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, every day just feels like the same. Like when the weekends come, it don't even feel like the weekend. Feels like
it does. I think the main thing is though, use this time wisely because we'll never get this kind of time again. Use it to learn, to study, to teach, to just do stuff that you wouldn't be able to normally. I think we've got to, you know.
Yeah, man. Fuck hell. I'm gonna replay this live anyway again to kind of check what G was saying to some of the documentaries and stuff like that. Check those names that he mentioned, etc.
Windows of the World. They're quite good. Yeah, I've seen them years ago, man. They've been going for years.
Who?
Windows of the World.
The English guy. He's like an English guy. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember when he had like a blog, like we're talking back in 2005 or whatever. I'm sure.
It is good to find people who believe the same thing, because otherwise you feel like you're in the minority, and that's what the government want you to feel like anyway. You know?
Yeah, man. If you do step outside, it just feels weird, bro.
Remember, they want us to be like China, yeah? And in China, everyone is supposed to be not slaves, but they've got to be subservient to the government. They have to do what they're told. If they fall out of line, they get punished severely.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's the China government that's fucked up in it. I don't really blame the people. I mean, there's good in every people, in every country, I believe. It's just the system and the governments that's corrupted. Can't really blame the people too much.
No, you can't, because they're scared into submission. There's plenty of good things that come out of China, like their food, their art, their culture, their movies and stuff. But their government has a big grip over them, big grip.
Yeah, and not to forget, like, most of the technology that we have is from them, innit? Like, PlayStation, from our PCs, our phones. But it's just sad that that it's come from China. This whole 5G thing. It's all come from China, Wuhan. This whole 5G frequency thing. They're the ones who has pushed it first, I believe. The China government, they're the one who's first pushed this 5G to come around. If that shit's true.
I'm just leaning more and more towards it being a 5G problem rather than a virus, because it's just too much of a coincidence, bro.
Yeah, I'll be baffed though if that's not even true. The 5G, I'll just say, nah, this is just the fucking devil, man.
Yeah, but they're doing the devil's work. That's what they're doing, the devil's work, man.
As crazy as it sounds, bruv, to people that may not have a religion, or agnostic or atheist, one of the devil's trick is to convince people that it does not exist.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making you think that he didn't exist. Yeah, that's
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know. What about you, Edge Case? What you're still thinking it's a virus and that it's Chinese invented it, created it? Sorry, or what are you thinking nowadays?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Should I just say something? Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say.
No, basically, yeah. See, this is a virus in some sort of extent. If we're talking about the 5G term, because like the audio clip said, which I played earlier, the 5G frequency radiation makes our human cells toxic. So in that case, I think it spreads that way. So it is some sort of virus, but it's not a coronavirus. Like it doesn't come from animals. It doesn't come from the fish market, like how the news was saying, like I was saying earlier. It doesn't come from eating animals or stuff. Obviously, that stuff is like, just don't eat anything and everything. Yeah, obviously that condemned that in it, but like when the 5G frequency radiation has consumed in your body, then you're toxic, and that's the virus. That's the ultimate virus.
This is what I'm tending to agree with now. What about you, Age Case? Have you composed yourself yet?
Yeah, I remember now what I was going to say. Yeah, but what about there's cases in South America and Africa and a lot of places that they don't even have 3G, man. Do you know what I mean? What about these places? How
That's a good point. That's a good
point.
Yeah,
that's a good. That's what I'm saying.
I'm totally thinking that 5G is totally nothing to do with coronavirus, but they're building the infrastructure right now. They're rolling it out. They're promoting it. They're doing it really slowly right now at this time, so people don't notice really.
So which countries are not exposed to 5G?
I think there's only 7 or 8 countries that have got 5G. at the minute.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Africa's
That's a
still
good thing
running
to find out
3G.
and put on the screen if you can.
Huh? Africa's still running with 3G.
Oh, I said, if we can find like an answer and put it on the screen, like a picture or something that shows where all the countries that have it.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Mr. Jones.
There might be a virus. They're probably lying about how many people are dying from it, and they're probably saying that anyone who shows any kind of symptoms has died from it, even though they were going to die anyway. But they just blame it on that because it suits their agenda. That's what I'd say. It's a possibility.
Yeah, that I can agree with. That's whether there's a real virus or not. I think our governments and banks and they're ripping us off.
You're saying Africa hasn't even come to like 4G. You saying?
Maybe South Africa and Nigeria and Morocco and Egypt have, but the rest of it definitely hasn't.
Like they're saying, like Nigeria, the other countries you mentioned, they're just
South Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah, maybe they have, but
they just got 3G. You think?
Oh yeah, on this map, I've got it up now. I've just shared it. South Africa's definitely got it.
Oh,
and that's the only country. Yeah.
5G would account for as many as 1.2 billion connections.
But there's nowhere in South America.
Nowhere at all in South America, no.
No.
So I don't know. Maybe the countries that do have been exposed to 5G, they've been dying the most, and the others are just fake figures, you know. But some of these bodies, they have been dead because of the frequency. Some of these have probably been dead because of a weak immune system. Some of these must have been dead from, these vaccines that they've taken. And, lots of possible outcomes. The government was killing everyone some weird secret ways. I don't fucking know what to say no more, but my fucking throat's hurting now.
Don't even say that.
Yeah, I'm thinking 5G is a surveillance system. You know what I mean?
See, the Anthony Steele guy that you were talking about, Edge Case, he says that as well, that you can track, but he also says that they can focus a beam so that it can kill anyone that they particularly want to kill, like individually.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Because if we've got metals in us for like the last 20 odd years, through eating and through pollution in the air and aeroplanes, do you know what I mean?
All I can say, just make the most out of your time. What we have right now, the fuck the past, fuck the future. It's about the present. The presence, yeah. Bruv, fucking. If you do have family that's ill, like elderly parents that are ill, maybe we don't live with. Fuck the law. Fuck what they say. Somehow just get to them. If you think that this whole virus thing is not really real, and you think it won't spread because I'm immune to this and I don't have this fucking virus, and my fucking parents are dying, and what the government's saying I can't fucking see them. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, fuck that. I'm going to see them, innit? Like, you get me?
Yeah, man. My mum's in Portugal. It's fucked.
Yeah, exactly. You know what it's like, Edge Case, because you ain't getting on a plane. I mean, look, put it this way: your parents could live down the road, bro. You're still not supposed to go and see them. It's that bad. And how long is it going to keep going? I don't know. And how many parents are going to die alone while this happens? You know.
To those people's parents that are living down the road, bruv, go to them, man. Go to them. If you got parents down the road and they're old, they're elderly, bruv, go and see them, man. Fuck all that. Fuck all that, man.
Look, at the end of the day, there comes a time where you got to decide whether you go by the law of man, the law that they impose, or the law of man, and they're the different things. The law of man is survival, being good to each other. Do you know what I mean? Respecting one another, and respecting is caring.
Yeah,
Keep
definitely.
ourselves to ourselves.
Yeah, man. It's all madness, isn't it?
So, when is this from? This video here, H-Case?
I think this is from last 3 days ago in America. See, it's hitting America hard at the minute.
It's crazy. When you see empty shelves like that, when you think about the people who haven't got any food, what the hell are they going to do?
Yeah, man. And there's 10 times more people over there.
Yeah, and apparently, doing what's it called? Those like on the trains. This is what the news said. Those 500 police officers apparently reminding people that it's only key workers / essential workers need to be traveling on the train. That's fucking bullshit. There's no fucking police on the fucking. Because you know when you see these news here, like the packed up people, you don't see no police though. Even I jumped on the train yesterday. Yeah, I jumped on the central train and the district. There was no fucking police nowhere. So that I went and checked this for myself. There's no police at the on the trains. You know they said this. I don't know if you saw the news, but if they were like just for quite a few days ago, they were like there's 500 police officers reminding people. You know, I think that's bullshit. Just to scare people to not go out, innit? To not jump on the train, innit?
Yeah, man.
No, but I jumped on the train yesterday. There was no police. Like I completely forgot about that. So that there might be police around, and the platforms and whatnot. I completely forgot about that. But then when I come home, I was like, hey, I never bumped into no police. But when I was on the street, on the road, there is couple police like cars roaming around and on foot. So that's why. But luckily, they've not said nothing to me or stopped me or nothing. But I ain't even trying to take that chance, because I just ain't bothered for that hassle and all that politic and whatnot. Because I would just get pissed off. I know my rights, my human rights. I would just, but I ain't trying to take that chance. But like I've been there just to see how it's like out there. Many people might have not gone out to check. Yeah, but I know how it is that there are a couple police officers and also on foot. But you just don't want to be in the street too much. No point. Just duck and dive,
Duck and dive, isn't it? In and out of the back streets.
It's a duck and dive thing, man. and the
it's like you're in your last year of school, man, and the biggest bully in the school's after you, innit? You got to duck and dive, man.
I've never been bullied in school in my life.
So, no, nor have I really. But
I feel for the people that are victims of bullies, but I don't agree on bullying. Anything that's a cowardly move. That's for cowards. That's for pussies, man. Even if you're a popular guy, you're a hard man, and that even a hard man's not meant to bully no one. That's not good.
Do you know what I noticed as well? What I found really weird is my last day of work, which was about 11 days ago. I got the boss to work, and the the tickets have changed to QR codes, man, and they've never had that before.
To what? Where are you in London?
No, I'm in Brighton, near Brighton, and I've been buying a bus ticket on my phone for about the last 2 or 3 years, and last week it changed to QR scanners where you scan the phone underneath like this little thing, whereas before you just used to show the bus driver. So that's another weird little thing that they've just
You used
put
to
in.
tap with your phone before, like when you get on.
No, before you used to just show the bus driver the bus ticket on your phone, but now you have to put the thing underneath, and if it doesn't work, then they don't let you on.
I don't know about that, you know, because in here in London it's different. Just tap it, or you could tap your phone, you know, or your bank card, or you know, with your phone,
Yeah.
Or with the card, the Oyster. Before you could give cash, but now that's stopped time ago. Like, you just get on and give your Oyster fee with the coins, but that's long gone. Now it's
That's
just
what
card.
they do in China. Everything's QR codes in China. Even getting your apartments, some places you can't even buy water like out of a vending machine without putting your QR code in. It's crazy.
There's definitely a move to get rid of physical cash. Because think about it, yeah, physical cash you can just store yourself. You can use it whenever you want. You can literally keep it for a rainy day. If it's digital money, you cannot do that, man. They can just stop it whenever, and you would have nothing to fall back on.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, man. So it's just a duck and dive thing with the transport now. Like, I think it's the quickest way to duck and dive is with the train, man.
I went on the tram the other day, and literally, there's hardly anyone using it. It's just like you don't. It's like literally you're living in an apocalyptic world where half the population is like perished. You know what I mean, or more.
I don't know. I
It
think
is really weird.
in London, here in London is way different compared to all the other cities in UK, man, and other countries. Like, here is just something different. Like, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's a bit soft at the same time, if you get the term. Like, it's a bit like laid back.
Yeah.
So for now, it's like it's laid back, you know. Not too laid back. Obviously, there is strictness, but it's a bit laid back. Like, I'm sure even London police is a joke. The London police are a joke.
Man, it must be hard being in London, man, 'cause where I am, I've got the fucking beach, and at least I can look out at that. But I don't know, it must be well hard, like, because it's all like grids, isn't it? And you've got to use the tram, the underground or the bus to get anywhere.
Yeah, or if you got a car, you know, you could travel in a car, innit?
Yeah.
Or you're
I
more.
wouldn't even want to do that unless I was going shopping.
We don't want to do what?
Like go around in a car.
Mm,
Because that'll be next.
yeah. I don't know. I still see people driving about though. On my on my Snapchat, I still see people driving with the music.
You do, but hardly any compared. I mean, like the roads around here are dead. But what I was thinking, yeah, all these cars, all these people not using their cars, the petrol's not getting used. Surely that would affect the price of the petrol. Like you would have thought it'd go down or something. But I bet it doesn't do anything to it, does it?
Well, that's what Saudi Arabia and Russia, they had a massive argument at the OPEC meeting, and then they both started dumping loads of cheap oil on the markets. This was about 2 weeks ago, man.
So what do you guys think about like Israel being the main culprit country that is you know, using America, UK, China, and South Korea as puppets, and they're the main country that using everyone as puppets. You know, what do you guys think?
I think there's a big possibility, but all you got to do is look at the fact that there's a lot of politicians in America that are sort of dual nationality, and that nationality is American and Israeli. So then you have to wonder where their priority is and their loyalty, you know?
Just don't make sense. Something doesn't add up, man. That's why I think of the bigger picture, the bigger question. It's a question that does not make sense.
What do you think, HK, about that question?
Which question, sorry? I couldn't
Like,
quite hear it.
Is Israel on top of UK and America and countries like Russia and China and South Korea? These main countries, UK, China, South Korea, Russia, and USA. These 5 countries, and these are just puppets of Israel, aka Zionists. Not Jews. I'm not talking about the Jews in Israel, or where else do Jews live? Israel. Let's just say Israel. Yeah, I'm not talking about the Jews. I'm talking about the Zionists, innit? Maybe the Zionists. Yeah, the Zionists run the whole world.
See,
Yeah,
I was having a think the other night. It could be Zionists attacking the Jesuit order, because you see all the countries that are at the top of the list is, it's Spain, it's Italy, it's America. These are all Jesuit-run countries, and then
but Israel's Jesuit themselves.
possibility.
The Zionists are Jesuit themselves.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But like,
it's a tough one.
But this is where my religion comes into action. You know, it tells me what it is. You know, so I've gotta consider that. I don't know about like atheists and agnostic people. But this is where religion then comes into action, aka Islam. So and most of these prophecies and all these things, it makes sense if you add it up. So that's ultimately the solution, I guess, and that's the ultimate peace that a mind gets, man. Me personally, that's the ultimate peace that I'll get, because you can't figure out everything. You just can't figure everything out. You just gotta have faith in God, and you just can't question too much that the brain that God give us, it's not, you can't go beyond. Like, it's just this brain that a human has. It doesn't go beyond, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. But my answer to your question about Israel is I think it's another what would you call it? It's another plantation of the city of London, like the USA was. All of the plantations in America, as well as Northern Ireland as well, was all owned by the city of London. And there's a lot of Jewish bankers and even Zionist bankers in the city of London that have a lot of land in Israel and a lot of interest in Israel. So it's all kind of linked up.
Yeah.
And
The Rockefeller families are Zionists, I think. The Rockefeller, the Queen's royal family, like, that's like the bigger question could be, even like what runs the bigger question. Like I keep saying, bigger question. Yeah, think outside the box, and that what runs Israel then? What fucking
the city of London and the city of London, they own it, and they own the finance of it, and they allow
City of
Zionists.
Israel, you say?
They allow the government of Israel. Who is it? What's his name? Benjamin Netanyahu. They allow him to run the country in the government. Basically, like they allow our parliament to run our country. It's a bit like that, but it's all owned and was sort of bought years ago, and now they're expanding. What was it called? They call it the Greater Israel Expansion theory, or
You're saying London City's got a part that runs Israel, you saying?
well, I reckon there'll be a lot of bankers and people in the City of London and part of the City of London that own lots of Israel, don't they? You know, lots of land, and set it up. What was it called? I think it was the Balfour Declaration. When was that? 1947, I think it was, when the British and the UN decided that Israel was Israel, wasn't it? And they kind of, they created Israel.
Guys, it's been 4 hours now. I only wanted to do a 2-hour one, so I'm gonna have to shut it off. But like Shield Destroyer said, I'm gonna try and do these a bit more regularly because I think people need somewhere to talk, man, because they're getting like frustrated. So I'll just keep you guys informed, yeah. But nice one, real guy. Nice one, HK as usual. Respect.
Well, sweet man, sweet for getting this live for everyone. Yeah, peace.
Pleasure, man. You're always welcome, real guy. HK, thanks for putting all the stuff on the screen as usual, mate. Nice one for that, bro.
That's all right, man. Big ups, big ups.
Right, guys, I'm just gonna say bye to everyone. So cheers again, yeah.
All right, man. Nice one.
So thanks to everyone who's come on the panel. Real guy, HK, Shield Destroyer, G Truth. Special thanks out to HK for putting stuff up on the screen, and for Real Guy for putting on the audio clip. Shield Destroyer, thank you for telling people about this stream. I've had a lot of subs. Thanks to you for that. This is what we need to do, guys. We need to keep sharing good sources of information because it might not be here forever. Yeah, knowledge is power, and that's why they want to keep us in the darkness, and that's why they're the illuminated ones. But anyway, anyone else who listens to this, respect for supporting the channel. Make sure to subscribe. There's a PayPal link in there if you ever feel the need to do that. I appreciate that. But for now, guys, I'm going to say peace and love and blessings to all. Stay safe. I will be back soon. And thanks again to the panel and everyone in the chat. Big up. Take care. Peace. Right.